Give me 5 minutes, guys. I just gotta go do a couple things. I just gotta brush my teeth and stuff real quick and wash my face. This stream should have never started streaming. So I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Makeup and has been able to be a swing, and we actually export a lot. But the one thing that I think the president's going to come under great criticism for is that David, he emptied the strategic petroleum reserve to a level that makes it so
although,
it's not
I mean, you
strategic.
seem to be making an assumption somehow that the Saudis are going to do something that, I mean, by the way, this may have been promulgated in part by Iran in order to prevent Israel and Saudi Arabia
I think
from
you're right. You're right.
getting closer to an agreement to open normal relations.
Timely,
right?
on the top, if you want
and
to
boost production.
And therefore, right. And so the idea that this would mirror in some way 50 years ago doesn't seem to really fit.
No, I agree. It's just
in that sense.
I agree. That's absolutely right. I mean, it's the Saudis that led that boycott.
Yes.
The
and this
Saudis
time
would
that
be
would
the
not-
opposite this
right,
time.
Exactly.
Right. So it's hard to
So-
see where the boycott would come from. I just look at what happened in 73, 74 and say that was the consequence.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to figure out how you would get an embargo now, but that's what brought it home. And I don't see that happening, if only just because the Saudis seem to be much more amenable to our side. I would be really surprised if the Saudis did anything other than continue to what they're doing. But I just was trying to refresh the
This
history
may
of
have,
it.
for the time being at least, knocked off kilter the momentum that there was behind
Well,
Israel
Friedman
Saudi.
this morning says that deal's impossible for now.
Right.
Right. I mean, look, look, we always know that anything's possible. We've known that anything's been possible with Ukraine, Russia. I think that is somewhat analogous, if only just because that's a hot war between someone who's a proxy and Russia. Is this going to be a hot war between someone who's historically a proxy and Iran? If they take it to the worst link to Iran, I think it's possible.
No,
But we're not experts. I mean, I know stocks.
That's the concern about a wider conflagration.
I mean, I know that
Iran
oil is
that
not up that
Hezbollah
much.
actually gets much more aggressive in the
Right.
north, where they have a lot more rockets than Hamas has, and that then you really sort of have to try and understand what the ramifications are.
Right. But I mean, look, someone would say, who am I to opine? I can opine on what happened domestically to our economy, and I'm actually surprised that oil's not up more. But David's right. This time the Saudis are much closer to the United States than they were 73. Even though that our president was actually, and Kissinger were quite willing to deal.
Meanwhile, we're dealing with a market in which, we'd watched oil prices come down recently from new highs.
That's why I'm saying
recent highs.
This is not much.
We're in the low 90s. Right. We're still well below that. And then, Carl, we're obviously back to still here in our markets, watching our 10-year yield
Not
Not
today.
today.
Not today.
Yep.
Not today.
Although the Fed speak's going to continue.
Right.
Yes.
Logan's on the tape right now. Fed will need to continue restrictive financial conditions. High inflation remains the most important risk. We're going to get PPI on Wednesday, Jim, and CPI on Thursday. I think Powell speaks at Economic Club Thursday, too.
Yeah, look, I mean, he would be foolish to not wait for at least, I don't know, a quarter, maybe 2 quarters to see whether this is done. I mean, why bother? We've seen a staying of inflation. That's not what he wants. He wants make it so people can afford houses again, and afford apartments, and it's just nowhere near what it was. I mean, the affordability is just very grim.
Although
for America.
2-year break-evens this morning below 2.
I know. No, I know. I do think. But you get a couple of good months where there's deflation, you get this number, and then you get a couple of months that it goes up, and he will look like, well, what did I do that for? There was no need. We've got tremendous employment growth. Why just not keep leaning on the idea of stopping inflation?
That's why on Friday, it was a different world on Friday, but people were talking about an outside day in stocks, right? And a jobs number that seemed to alleviate concerns for those who thought the economy was running too hot and too cold.
I think that could happen again. I think we have a decline. That was a very powerful rally, okay? It was like the machines were defrocked.
Well, we talked about it in the morning as just how positive in so many ways it was.
It was.
And initially, as often is the case, the market took it differently, but then sort of that narrative kind of took over as the day went on.
Then you woke up Saturday and you were like, new world.
Right. Well, then you're dealing
New
with
world.
something in geopolitics, which we've dealt with before,
Right.
but again, the markets somehow seem to move past so many of these events
They don't know how to process
quite
it.
quickly.
So if they don't process it, they don't know how to process it. They seem to avoid it,
Yeah.
which is very strange,
well.
right? Well, it's like, we sit here and we're trying to figure out, whether
It's not about emotion. It's not about
Right. I mean,
human
73 it
carnage.
was.
It's just about.
But you correctly point out the alignments in 73 were quite different from
Yes.
now, except for then Iran was a friend.
Yeah, it was a shock.
Well, even the research this morning, you can almost sympathize with the analysts who don't have any better edge than anybody else. This J.P. Morgan note about cybersecurity names, Jim,
I think
citing
it
the
was-
obvious that a lot of them have
Boy.
headquarters in Tel Aviv and.
Boy, that was just a cartographer analysis. I do think that there's Mike Wilson, who I'll defer to, just because I have at times chided him, but he does point out that something that I think is really smart, which is that there are stocks that will be favored, dividend growers, not companies with high dividends, high yields. I thought that was really smart. But points out again that the technicals continue to break down. When Wilson does this kind of thing, which doesn't dig in his heels, but explains what could go up, and you realize that that's a lot more stocks would go down than up. Very value added. And this idea of the dividend growers, David, I find terrific, if only just because, man, of the companies that have good yields been crushed. Because people just think, well, they're punching bags. Because of 5% everywhere.
Yeah, well, right. If I can get almost 5%
Right.
for having the U.S. government borrow my money for 10
Right.
years, why wouldn't I do that? And so the spread to a lot of those dividends is
Well,
collapsed.
this is the true test, too. I know you could easily argue what Professor Siegel has historically argued, which is, stocks are great.
Yeah.
But I could easily argue, you know what? I don't want the risk. Because I don't like risk. A lot of people don't like risk. 5%. It's kind of good. Unless it's going to 10%, it's kind of good.
And maybe you ladder it up. So, yeah, if you can hold it for 10 years, you're not losing any money. You're just maybe not making as much, even if rates do go higher. And if they go lower, then you've obviously made money.
Isn't it incredible how bad gold is?
Yeah.
You come in gold, and I was going to buy those Costco gold bars. Yeah. I buy candy bars. Oh, jeez, I can't buy candy bars anymore.
Why not?
Nobody likes sugar.
Are you on Ozempic?
I was going to
Combination
mention
of things. I'm on everything, by the way.
gold is off the highs of the morning, although obviously some green arrows there. We'll watch for signs of stress and flights of safety. VIX is still sub 19. Dollar index below the highs of last week. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash and count down to the opening bell in a moment.
Then we have
aid prices.
All right, a little early today with a mad dash. You're not wrong at home there. We still have 14 minutes before we get started with trading, but let's get to what you're thinking about, a particular stock.
Yeah, Lorraine has a great piece today about Vertex. And Vertex CF, it's been doing amazing. But they talk about, they have a pain market opportunity. The biggest issue, biggest pharmacy issue, how do we get pain removed or at least nullified without opiates? They have a plan, Vertex. It would be the first drug ever that actually was not addictive and minimized pain. So you can only imagine how big that would be. So they're going to reveal it within the year, but I do believe that if they have something, so it would be the largest market opportunity in the world because no one has any answer for pain other than addictive, even now. Even now.
Right.
I mean, I had surgery recently, and what did they give me?
Fentanyl.
Well, no, they give me.
I mean, they do use
opioids.
it.
They give me opioids, right?
Well, but they
What
do
the
use
heck?
it.
I mean, it's like turn of the century.
It's
previously.
true, and we don't talk about it that often.
No, but we have to get rid of these.
110,000 people a year in our country dying from overdoses. 70% of that from fentanyl. All right, we'll take a quick break here. We got to count down to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
It's a moment of silence, guys.
Deadliest attack on Israel in 50 years, as the death toll now is about 1,100 plus. An ongoing hostage crisis. The State Department this morning saying that 9 Americans were killed. The NYSE and the NASDAQ today extending their sympathies to those affected by the ongoing action. A moment of silence here, both at the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ.
All right, what's up, guys? Sorry for being behind. I wasn't sure if I was going to do a stream today or not. I didn't do one last night. There wasn't much that I seen until until the war happened. I'm going to be looking at gold, gold, oil, ARM, There was an upgrade with JP Morgan. We'll see how that does. Disney is one of them. What else do we got? Zscaler. I mean, upgraded cloud security. So Zscaler, Oracle, Exxon, Chevron, Oxy, Spotify. After a downgrade. So there's a lot. There actually is a little bit of opportunity this morning. Tesla, Lockheed Martin. I mean, the list goes on. So Tesla shares fell more than 1% after data from the China Passenger Car Association showed the company saw last month a 10.9% year-over-year sales decline in China. Meanwhile, that's because they're saving their money, right? They don't know if they're going to have a house or not because they have a real estate problem. And they're scared to spend any of their money because they don't know if what type of position they're going to find themselves in. So that's to be expected. That is to be expected. So let me set up my charts. Let me get everything good here. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I had an okay one. What's going on here? All right. So we'll look for the Dow, right? What's a big name in the Dow? Well, I think Disney, Oracle, right? So we could look for the Dow today and see if that gives us our leader with this news. All right, so we're up at pre-market resistance. All right, let me get my charts set up real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. This is such a shame what's going on over there. It really is. It's sick. It's sad. Be thankful that we don't have things like that we have to go through. And anytime somebody screams at the president about gun reform, right? Because remember, it's never the law-abiding citizen that kills somebody or does the murdering, right? Because if they're a law-abiding citizen, they know it's against the law to murder somebody. So that's the deterrent right there, right? Not only do they have to worry about the government, they have to worry about the citizens being armed too. So therefore, we have two bodies of water around us, neighboring countries that we get along with, and just be thankful, right? It's so sad to see this shit. Just like, there can't be an agreement because they fucking warp their minds into believing some stupid ass fucking religion. Like, I don't care what religion you believe in, but come on now. Like, it's just they you got, you know what I mean? You guys know what they've done in the past and stuff. Dragging little kids into wars, like, I don't know. It's just some pretty screwed up stuff and how they they take their beliefs so far as to What does anyone being born in the past have to do with anything right now? That's all I'm asking, right? It's a significant area. I mean, I don't know. Like, what does that have to do with right now? So what, they were born there, or whatever it is. They may not be born there, but what's up, Chris? How you doing, buddy? It's sad, and I feel, man, how the hell are you gonna go as a grown ass man go and take women right off the street like they're doing? You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. I know that they don't like they don't really like one another from what I've been told. I'm not Jewish. I'm not, Palestinian or whatever you want to call it either, but it's pretty screwed up. It's pretty screwed up. Let me get this up and I'll be ready. So again, guys, Disney, Tesla, ARM, ARM. There was an upgrade on ARM from JP Morgan, so I'll show you guys real quick. We have just a couple minutes. Wow, I can't believe I'm set up before the bell. Tomorrow I'll be on pretty early. I wanted to take a little bit of a break because I felt like I was not able to give like the stream and everything my all. Like I wasn't, I really wasn't, Had a small red week last week. Small red day last week. Red day on last 2 Fridays ago. Kind of, I feel like I dragged it into last week. We're going to forget about all that. So again, today, watch the volume, right? Just be mindful of what's going on, where you're going to be watching for opportunity. Again, oil rises, right? What's that do? It's going to bring gold up. Probably take the equity markets down, right? So now, let's see here. I got my eye on oil, tickers, and defensive stocks. They had a pretty nice move. Yes, absolutely. So I have Raytheon, General Dynamics. I don't know so much about like Lockheed Martin. Like Lockheed Martin, the aerospace and defense company shares saw a rise 4.5% pre-market trading following surprise attack by Israel. Okay, see, like Lockheed Martin probably, I feel like, isn't that important. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I haven't looked into it, but I just know that they haven't been, I feel like General Dynamics is where you want to go. And I know Raytheon is the actual maker of the Hamar system, whatever it is, that shoots the stuff down, detects it. So here comes the bell. I wish you guys luck today. All right, what am I going to do? What is it that I'm looking for? Well, I want to see if Tesla finds support in this area down here, or if it continues to break further down. All right, do we get another retest of the 50-day moving average, which would be down here at 250? Let's see here. We're open. Let me go move my moving averages real quick, and I'm going to take my time. I'm going to be a little patient today. Sounds like there was a Wall Street Journal article yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but it had pretty much, it was making claims that Iran played a part in all this, as far as gathering people together, I guess, and kind of rallying the troops and I guess supported them in some way, some fashion. I read it. It wasn't clear exactly in the article in what way that they were helping them. All right, so here's Tesla getting a pop. Let's see here, 5 minutes. All right, Z-scaler is another one, so I am not too ready. So there's, there you go. So it's prior resistance, or support, I mean. All right. Let's see here. So what I would like to do too, though, is make sure you guys see what, if oil is going to be leading the day, you might want to say, hey, what's the leader, right? Probably the Dow, right? Probably Dow names, right? And what would be the laggard? Probably tech, right? There goes the IWM. There's the Dow. Let's see the Qs. This is just how I do it, right? So, yes, like, look at the Qs, right? They are backtracking back down to pre-market lows right now, right? Backtracking down to pre-market lows, selling off decently. And what's the Dow doing? It's just going to the upside. It's still up to, making its way up to Friday's highs, right? So there is your secret code to where you want to be long and where you want to be short. Right? There it is. All right. So, maybe I'll look for Tesla. And then we have the SPY. Probably just going to sit right in the middle. You could probably expect the SPY to sell off also. All right. There goes Tesla. Tesla just falling out of bed right now. Wow. Wow. I don't want to, act too quickly here. But let me pull up the Qs over here. Yeah, I was looking for that pullback on CVX and oil. See, it broke that range. Chris, see if we can get a pullback up around that, like 164 maybe. You still have. Uh-oh. That's liquidity. Yeah, like 165.50, so we got there. Looks like a nice area, and there's a nice bounce. And that would be Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. That would be Monday's lows. Right? Monday's lows. You would look to see if we're going to hold here. Not sure if it will. Not sure if it will. I'm really curious how we're going to do today. I want to look at the volume real quick. Because I was looking at the daily chart, guys, and I feel like we've now made it down into this area on the SPY at 431. We've cracked it. Now we're turning it into resistance. Like, we get back up there, I'll probably get short because now we're in the bottom. We've gotten ourselves down to a bottom part of a range, right? What would that range be? That would be like, it would be this whole area right here. And we may not get out of it right here. Right? Now we're in that range. We're on the top side of that 430. And the bottom end of that range is at like 415, 414. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, it would not surprise me if we find ourselves back down 414.50. These candles are so small. Alright, let's see here. So, this was Friday. So the first 3-minute candle, we've put in just under 1 million shares. I want to see if we can get our pullback down to 325, or if we're going to bounce, right? Are we going to bounce up to like 429.30? What are we going to do? These candles are really small. I feel like we're starting to tilt to the downside. If I had to take a guess. I'm sorry. It's right around 1.3 million shares. You have a lot of news out today, right? Also, you have a lot of news out today. Oracle, Best Buy, all kinds of stuff, guys. All right, so there's resistance up here for Oracle. It's a really nice pullback there. I was wondering how Palantir would do today. I was actually wondering about that stock. I feel like that's a stock that nobody's really talking about. So CVX is at that support level also. Just watch how long it sits here at this level, and whether it breaks it or it's going to fail. So you have some tails here. I know, Turkey. I know you're hungry again. I know as soon as the bell rings, you're going to want me to feed you again. Just give me a second, guys. What the fuck? I knew this was going to happen. I know. I've been giving her some steroids. So she's going to be a little bit hungry. All right, here we go. So the longer it consolidates here, you are putting in. Let's see if this thing tries to bounce to the upside. Watch time and sales. Okay. Level 2 coming in with a decent sell side orders hitting there. Backed up by some buy side orders. Okay. Okay, Turkey. God. All right, let's see here. 5 minutes. So what I would say with your energy names here is I would say the longer it sits up here and does not pull back, then you want to look to see it eventually break past that level. That we pretty much had a failed breakout on some of these names, right? You had a failed breakout up here, right? We consolidated, tried to break out, bang, took it right back, right? So you have a pretty clear range. That's all it is, right? You have a pretty clear range. Right there. We get up in here and we find some support around 165.50. Look to get to the top side of the range. And what I would also look for is, what is that, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday? What is that, Monday's lows? All right, you're starting to hold that. You have a really nice double bottom here on Monday's lows on CVX, right? There's a really nice double bottom right there at 165.27. All right, we wicked off of that. So, let me see. That's the area I would be watching. I'd be watching that. You made what is that? Wednesday and Thursday resistance support for the most part. Okay, now we're just chopping in this range. Can you get above that Monday and Tuesday? Tuesday's close. Can you get above that? Can we get up there and start working our way to the upside? The longer it sits up here and the longer it doesn't break down, the better the opportunity that it is that it will pull itself back up there. Could also watch gold, right? Like GLD. There's gold. Gold's starting to go to the upside now. Is that your hint? Is that your hint that you could get some of these USO names to start breaking out? Let's see. That's a really nice pullback. That's a pretty nice setup that we have there on USO. That's incredible. It's incredible. So what this is all going to mean is, you know how I was saying last week that we're not really worried about CPI and PPI unless we get a crazy surprise, right? Unless you get a number that just comes in way above or way below, right? It probably is more so now. We really don't care about it. Because this is going to be for last month. And what's going on now is this month. So we're going to have to wait till next month to see what, if not even 2 months, and see what happens. Right? We don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. Okay? There's a lot of uncertainty. So that's my belief. I feel like unless we get a crazy number that comes in way high or way below, we are going to have to, skip this PPI and CPI pretty much. The Fed just made some comments this morning about the balance sheet, about balance sheet reduction. They start speeding that up. I mean, that's going to be liquidity, right? That's liquidity. Damn. So no, I've been keeping my eye on this because I've been looking for, I've been hoping that this thing could, it's I guess you could say it's in an uptrend, but I don't know. You could say the same for both on a long-term basis because it's putting in a lower high up here. I was hoping to see if I could get by this thing, and I'm hoping to be able to get this thing down in the low 100s. I don't know if it's going to give it to us, though. It's a really nice bear flag. There's no reason to be looking at snow or play snow or anything because there's no real reason for it to move. All right. All right, so here's the resistance level for Oracle. You have that double top up there. I really didn't have a plan for Oracle right yet, but I will look at it because there is news. 50-day 100 double bottom. If you guys see anything that's moving, you know, throw it in the chat and stuff like that. So far things are moving slow. Here's CVX, like Chevron's pulling itself back down. I haven't looked at small caps, so I don't know if there's any small caps running or not running. You know, I don't know what's going on over there. I haven't looked.
We haven't really mentioned autos. GM, of course, was a story on Friday as they were spared some further strikes. Fain did seem to suggest some progress.
There was a lot of news though this morning, like a lot of different sector news that would, or company news that would set it apart from the markets. From Best Buy, Oracle, Disney, right? A buyer in Disney. You have ARM. JP Morgan raises the price target on ARM, which was a recent IPO. So I'm just going to relax. Not necessarily relax, but I'm just going to take it as I see it. It is running. Wow, that's so funny. I was wondering about Palantir because I was saying, Palantir is one of those stocks that nobody's talking about. Look at it. Wow, that's hilarious. Right? That was on my list last night. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. And again, I don't know how, like, if the stream is slow, a little bit behind, just make sure that that your stream is fast forwarded all the way to the right, just to make sure you're not behind on anything. All right, so there's a break of that pivot high there. Nice. So here we go. We got ourselves a stock here. Nice, 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 nice. This is what I want to see. All right. Awesome. Damn, what a call, right? What a call. So we have some minor resistance up here on Palantir. Well, the resistance would actually be right here. Come on. It would actually be up there. In that pivot high. It's like a whole area. I'll put it right there. Roughly. I'm going to make it big. Alright, let's see here. Just have to, it's got, dude, look at that volume, guys. That's some really nice volume we have here on Palantir. So what I'm going to look for is to where is my pullbacks going to be. And then I'll just get long, right? I'll get long because I know I have room up to, it's going to just continue to go up to 19. Shit. All right, so here we go. All right. What do we got? What we got? What we got? Damn, what a move, man. That's crazy. I was thinking about this name. I'm like, why is nobody talking about Palantir? Why is nobody talking about Palantir? That's some nice consistency in that run. This was actually a good opportunity. And you know what? What made this even a better opportunity, guys, is that this was one of the only names that was down below Friday's open. Right? If you looked at like Chevron, or if you look at RTX or General Dynamics or like Lockheed Martin, right? Those stocks are probably above Friday's high. Yeah, look, that they're all gapping up. That Palantir was a beautiful setup as far as being a stock that is going to significantly be impacted by this war because they have government contracts, and you got it on a gap down. That's crazy, isn't it? That's so funny. That's so funny. That was an opportunity to be had there, and I didn't look at it because I forgot about it. I had so much going on in my mind, I didn't even think about it. You know? Looks like it's trying to fade off a little bit. I'd have to give this thing a pullback in order to get long. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. So CVX is pulling back now. It broke below pre-market lows. That's Chevron. Man, we need a pullback here. And look at cybersecurity stocks too, team. Right? Cybersecurity stocks. CrowdStrike. Palo Alto. All right, so here we go. We have a gap. Let me not go to a 4-hour. Let me go back to the daily. There is a gap fill right here too. There is a gap fill right there. Boop, right there. Okay, cool. So I got that right. I mean, in the first 15 minutes, you do about a quarter. You do a quarter of the previous volume on a daily chart. That's some nice volume, right? It's 10, 15, or 30 minutes in the day, and we've already done a quarter of the volume on the daily chart. So maybe we look for a pullback to, 17. See if it gives us that 17 area pullback, 17, 14. I may have missed this one, right? I should have already had this on the watch list and already been on it. This was an idea again that was going through my head. I'm like, nobody's talking about Palantir. Palantir is a military company, right? They don't make planes and guns and shit, but they do security and they do all kinds of different stuff. I'm sure they do stuff from they do a lot of intelligence, creating stuff so that you can, identification, right? So. All right, so we have made it on the daily chart. We haven't gotten into that gap just yet. We did wick into it. That's brutal because we are up 5%. I mean, this stock could go up, 10, 12, 13, 10% today, right? 12%. And the question is do I buy the stock itself? That's the other question that's floating through my mind. Do I just say, do I just go ahead and buy? Maybe I take a starter position and buy 100 shares, right? That's what, $1,700. 100 shares is roughly, got to add in commissions there too. So that I may do that. I may do that, right? Because then I get a $1,000 percentage for. Let's see. So that would be. It's up 4% now. So I'd have to get I'd have to make it worth it. I'd have to buy probably a few hundred. Let me see here. So if I'm looking to get 5% on this stock, which is still asking a lot because it's already went, right? So here's what I'm battling right now. Do I buy this, right? Do I step in, maybe buy 100 shares at a time, possibly average down? I need to look to see where my entries are going to be. Obviously, I like to get an entry around one of my moving averages. Or do I keep my size down and just grab some options? Right? What do I think is going to make sense as far as a percentage? Okay. So that's what I'm battling right now is my call spaces, right? And I think you guys should think about that too. All right, so you have some previous some pivot tops, pivot like support resistance areas here at like 1721. But your support and resistance area is down here at 1598. So that was the ultimate entry. All right, let me see here. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I just need to look and make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, so here. And then really, it's not all the way up until here. So we pulled back. We make 1715, that low 17 area support. Now we look to take this thing to the pivot highs up at 19. That's what I'm going to look for. All right, that's what I'm going to look for. That was probably our pullback right there. It gave us our pullback. I feel like that's our pullback. Shit. As I was doing that, I seen it pulling back, and I'm like, that's probably the pullback right there. Just try and be patient, guys. You know, unless you plan. I would maybe think about buying the stock and just maybe holding on to it, not expecting much out of it. Just keep a stop loss in mind. And you're going to give it a little room because obviously this thing has got some strength behind it. Huge volume on it. All right, I'm going to scan around a little bit. And I will watch this thing. I'll try and set a notification to see if I can get this around this 23, like 1715 area. I just hate that last time I would set a notification, I didn't really get it. One, because, like, I don't know if the sound just didn't go. I don't know what happened. All right, so we are starting to get a pullback a bit there. The S&Ps are in the gap. We are in the gap. Getting ready to close in on the gap from Friday's close. All right. Let's see. Create an alert. Where is 3 minutes? Oh, that's pretty cool. I like this. Right? I wish the volume wasn't so high. I could probably just use this little screen to watch it, to go on, and I'll just watch it, right? I could just watch it. Where is it? 1715, 1738. All right, so it's telling me 1732. Watch, I wonder if it's getting ready to go. No. No. I'm going to look like an idiot here. 1715. Okay, so it did make that area support. Let's see if we can do it again. 1719. Hold on, Turkey, please. Spread, stock. No. Here we go. So, it's pulling back now. Okay, come here. You want to come up? Okay. You say hi. You say hello. I know. I gotta move everything now. Come here. I know, Turk. Oh, shit.
Fighting in Israel entering its third day this morning. The latest reports are more than 1,200 people have been killed.
All right, CVX started taking back off again. Come on. Yeah, it would be, Chris. It would be. Let's. The thing is we still have made it. We got a lot of resistance up here. Well, you still have a lot of resistance up at that 1740, 1750 area. I would give it a second, right? Because you're going to give it a minute, and then it will, it's going to get to a point where, okay, it's not breaking down, and then it's just going to, you're going to get your next extension higher. So far, we have what? A lower volume pullback. Where do I would ultimately like to get like right around 1715, like like this area here. Let me see. Come on. Okay, here we go. I would like to get it. Oh my god. I don't know why this is being so difficult. Yeah, right around here at like that's. Oh my god. Sorry guys. I just started using Thinkorswim. Well, I only started this account when I started this stream. So it was right around here is where I wanted to get long. 1719. 1719. Bang. Create. See if it gives me that alert. So there we go. 1719. This is where I want to see it hold. I want to see it to start to hold here. See if we start to get some buyers getting brought in here. What, you gonna leave? Here. Okay. She had a computer in her way, or a laptop. Boo boo, I know. Just give daddy a minute. I gotta work, okay? I gotta make us some money. You want treats, right? She's got all the blankets on the bed. I gave her extra blankets, so it got a little chilly yesterday where I'm at. All right, let's go. So the SPY is breaking down. So Israel's central bank to sell 300 billion in foreign reserves. I got that earlier. And CNBC is just now reporting it, and it's been old news. I feel like that's some stuff they need to get out a bit earlier. They need to start working on that. I know they have to confirm stuff, but all right, I'm going to do an 18 call, very small. Man, this thing is still struggling, I feel like. But we look at SPY, guys. Look at the S&P. And we just missed that target. Look, it just missed that my alert. Isn't that funny? Just missed that alert. All right. Shit. I did not get in it. I did not get in it. And I think I should. Well, I just want to know what's going on with the S&Ps. I don't know if this is just a pullback. If I haven't heard any news or anything crazy, so all right. Palantir's got to find support here. It's got to find that support here because now it's back above that area. See if you start to see some buy orders start to come in here. You want to see this thing really start to take off for that next leg higher. XOM. Is that Exxon? Yeah, I see that. That's a nice pattern that you have there. That's initial morning highs. That's what is that? Wednesday's low. Man, Palantir is getting a little shaky. I feel like they're trying to shake people out of this trade. I do. I feel like they're trying to shake people out. I'm just going to be patient and try and give it what it needs. I don't really care for the pattern that it has in here. It doesn't really have a... I can't even see it with this Fibonacci retracement. Yeah, so I want to see a pullback into that level. Yeah, I really want to see a pullback into this level. Into the low 17s is where I gotta have it. Gotta have it down there.
We haven't even mentioned Schumer and Xi. Emily, we'll save that for next time. Emily Wilkins in D.C. today. Thanks. Meantime, oil prices are rising on the conflict.
Look how close that is to my thing.
For the medium and the long term. Joining us at Post 9 today, Halima Croft, RBC Markets Managing Director, Head of Global Commodity Strategy and Middle East and North Africa Research. Halima, it's great to have you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me on.
What needs to happen to make sure there's not more destabilization?
I mean, clearly the concern right now is how does Israel get the situation in Gaza under control? I mean, Norman was talking about this as a very densely populated area. A ground invasion of Gaza will be difficult for Israel. So the coming days and weeks are going to be very challenging for Israel to stabilize the security situation. But for oil markets, everyone is watching what happens.
Is this it? Is it getting ready to take off? It's struggling at this area, guys. I feel like it could take it. I do. Feel like it could take it. Give me that pullback right around VWAP into this area. Come on. Pull it back down. Pull it back down. I don't know if I should use a 1 minute. Like I said, guys, I wanted more so in that low 17 area because this thing could give you, I'm expecting it could give you, you know, that 8 to 12% type of day. There it goes. Trying to. Shit. I'm not getting any buyers up there because I feel like the buyers really want to start bringing their orders in at, you know, a lower price. You know, whether it's VWAP. You could look at this as orders did get bought up at the 90 MA. But
what about the other, potential wild card here, which is Saudi Arabia? The U.S. has obviously been leading an effort to, give the Saudis a diplomatic reset with Israel. Amid this conflict.
and again, it could, you know, this could also give you, you know, a nice day today and then coming in tomorrow with possible gap up depending on what happens. It's just risk to reward. That's all it is. Yeah, that's the area I want to look for, guys. 17.15. That's what it is. That's where I would look for. All right, so the S&Ps look like they're trying to turn that 428 into resistance.
did the CIA know? I mean, I came out of the intelligence community. I was there after 9/11. I was there during Iraq. There will be a deep investigation, both in Israel and in the United States, about the intelligence failures.
And a lot of questions, of course, about the Israeli and the distraction and/or division going on there as a result of the judicial proposals of the Netanyahu administration.
Fuck, I think Tesla's selling off.
How important is that they do nothing, and/or how closely should we?
Sorry, guys. I know I'm moving my screens around. I just
100%. I mean, 150,000 Hezbollah rockets is a big concern for Israel. Lebanon is in a disastrous economic state right now. Clearly, the leadership does not want a full-scale war, but controlling Hezbollah is very, very difficult. And so the question is, if we have very, very difficult and emotional footage coming out of Gaza, does Hezbollah feel compelled to have to enter this conflict?
Or has Iran already accomplished in part what it wanted to, which is derailing the Saudi-Israel peace negotiations?
I mean, this is going to be a very interesting situation for Iran because, again, if it comes out that Iran...
all right. Let's see here, guys. Sorry, I'm still here. I just
Iran potentially does face
kind of just looking, and there goes Palantir.
Israel, but the United States will have to come in potentially and support
Shit.
Israel in whatever action they want.
I should have took it when it gave it to me, but
Clear smoking gun
it's all good.
involvement in this.
It is what it is, right? I gotta just stick to my plan, because you're getting up there on lower volume, right? You're not getting that increase in volume. I think in order to get that increase in volume, you know, not to say that it can't increase in volume as you get the breakout, but I needed it at a little bit of a better price to feel better with that trade. Tesla's not moving. If you would think, if you were listening to some other people, that you would think Tesla's just giving you a really good move, but it hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't gone anywhere. What the hell?
Plus, it is a big week for the Fed and, of course, the economy. Got a lot of Fed speakers on deck. We'll also get minutes of the last Fed meeting, as well as key inflation data. Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard is going to join us to talk about all of
Oh, there's a big pop. This might be the run, guys. Damn, those contracts are up to 38 now. They're up from 28 to 38 cents. 27 area.
Something amazing is happening here. Students are inspired
Brutal.
and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CPI
That's what happens.
to design models
Listen, I had a very good feeling that this was going to go, but I needed a little bit more. I needed to get like just a little bit more of a pullback, right? I wanted to get into this area here. 17, 19, 17, 18. And it did pull back in there. And, you know, is what it is, right? It is what it is.
should switch from Chrome to DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser
Not even sweating it.
for mobile and desktop devices. Unlike Chrome, the DuckDuckGo browser has privacy built in. It
I feel like it's just going to go now. It's just going to keep going and going. Like now I feel like we could get a really nice momentum out of this, right?
That's great.
Man, it's quickly getting taken back.
NVIDIA says due to the current situation in Israel, we have decided to cancel a summit which was scheduled for October 15th and 16th as the member victor.
So NVIDIA is canceling a summit of sorts. And here comes the momentum, right? You should start to get that next run. Look, it's already up 6%. Nice job, Chris. Nice job, bro. Oh, people.
Nice footwork. Man, you're lucky. Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Now you can stream all your games like it's nothing. Running up and down the field looks tough. It's pitch.
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Yeah, it's because it's Columbus Day. So any trades that you did Friday, you know, your stuff isn't going to be cleared today because no banks are open. That's all that is, Chris. Yeah, I forgot to mention that Friday. So since today's Columbus Day, there's nobody that's, you know, none of the banks are open. So therefore, you'll have to wait until another business day. Brutal, man. Fuck. So this is a lesson I'm going to just teach myself, right? I had a very good feeling that this was going to give you that next leg higher. And, you know, do I say to myself, am I going to give this, like, should I separate myself from this trade for a few cents? I personally would, because I wanted to get it down in here. Right? I wanted to get it down in here. Um, you know, it's because this was a support level or resistance level. And I just feel like it, and what a I don't know. I just that's what I wanted, right? That's what I wanted. I wanted to pull back down into here and hold it, right? And hold it, support, resistance. And now this is that second leg. Like I said, I expected this. This is that second leg higher, and then it'll go higher, and then it'll just consolidate and sit. Should, right? Should. If I've seen this pattern before. I mean, because you know, with this type of volume, that's pretty much bigger than anything you've had in a while, that you're going to get that next leg. You're going to get that second leg higher. It's just getting your entry, right? Getting the entry you want. Because I fully expect this thing at the end of the day to be up 13, 14%, 12%, right? Yeah. Well, I wanted to enter it, you know? I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't get my entry. I was trying to just give it a little bit of room. And it is what it is. It is what it is. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. So those contracts already are 100%. They went from 27. They're at 45 now, 44, and they are the $18 calls. The $18 calls are just about in the money, guys. That's 20 minutes. Not even 20 minutes. That's 10, 15 minutes, and now they're at 100% from this pullback. This whole area, they were sitting at 27 to 29 cents. All right in here. This whole area, even up here, they were sitting there at 27 to 29 cents is where you would have gotten filled, and now you're at 45. So because I think you can get this thing back up to $18, right? If not in a couple days to 19. Very frustrating. That's crazy. Listen, I told myself, I'm like, bro, why don't you just buy it so you can help these people perform? Right? I really consciously was like, I was battling a few things. I wasn't battling it. But I was making the decision, okay, do we just bring the position size down and grab options? Or do we, because I could spend more money and still lose a smaller amount of money, right, by buying the stock itself. I just felt like options probably were going to be the way to go. With that breakout, you would really get that, that big percentage gain, which could have been, it's all on how you want to look at it. It's the same thing, whether you want to spend more money just buying it or spend less money, on the options. But I still think you got a little bit more out of this thing to go. I think this thing goes to like 9, maybe 12, 9%, 12% on the day by the time we close today. Absolutely. I think there will. The thing is okay. All right, Chris. You have a great day, bro. Yeah, bingo. I think like I so we have a lot of Fed members this week. You have the war, obviously. I think there's going to be opportunity regardless. I was already coming into the week thinking that, CPI and PPI weren't going to mean much because we already know where it's at. It's like not a surprise. We know where last month's CPI was. We know where it's at. Now things definitely change. Now it doesn't mean anything because now we have a war getting started. How does this war and stuff affect transportation of goods and energy, right? Transportation of oil and services. Does OPEC pick the, start producing more, or do they stick to that 1,000,000 barrel a day cut? Like, what does this mean? There's uncertainty. So yes, when the markets are uncertain of what's going on and what the future lies, that creates volatility. So yes, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. I would say, right? I would say. I don't know how much the Mediterranean Sea, like how much it's going to affect. I would just imagine it would affect. There's a lot of uncertainty now because what does that do to oil, right? When oil goes up, like it's not just about vehicles and stuff, not just about driving. It's about how much is it, producing food, producing homes, producing just the world running, manufacturing, and you know, so transfer of goods. Does this does this make it harder for oil to get transported? Is there because you already have Ukraine and Russia going on. Now you have this, so we'll just have to see. There's a lot of uncertainty. There is a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, no problem, buddy. All right, AMD. Man, I'm a little upset that I didn't take that bingo or that Palantir. All right, so there's that 50-day moving average that it looks like it's trying to continue to make resistance. All right, so keep an eye on that, bingo. You have that daily 50-day moving average. You see that? You see it fighting with it? Let's see. If you cannot get above it, then you're going to want to look to, it's going to pull itself back down into this area like 104. But if it breaks it, have that 50-day moving average on your chart because you're in the middle of a range right now. You're in the middle, right? If I were to draw this out for you, this is the range, right? That's the range. It could be like right there, right? Now you're stuck right in the middle of the range. So you're either going to go to the top side of the range, or you're going to pull back to the bottom. What else? No. So look at AMD. What has been resistance? Right? 50-day, 50-day, 50-day. 50-day we broke above it. Now we got to see if we're going to hold it. If we continue to make this 50-day resistance, and you'll have to watch the cues, 106 could be our resistance level, and then we find ourselves headed right back down to 103. That's what I would expect. All right. I would expect us to get back to 103. Again, there's a bit of support there, a little bit of support down here at the low of day. So what I would do personally with AMD is this 50-day moving average that you're sitting at, right? It's resistance. Now if you can get some volume, but look at the volume, right? It should not break. Look at that sell-off at the 50-day. Look at that volume. Boom, boom. That's the highest volume you've had all day. This thing is, I would look to get short here. See, the MACD is oversold. That's weird. I'd have to wait, actually. I would wait on AMD. I would just watch this area. Because what could happen is your MACD, right, it's already oversold, but you're getting a little bit of momentum there. Um, I think it could sit up here, bring your moving averages up, and then it sell off. It's tough. It could consolidate. Could consolidate. I would have to be short on AMD until I got a break and retest to that 50-day moving average, right? See it turning it back into resistance, right? I'd have to see it, right? I have to see like an increase in volume on a breakout like that and then pull it back in. And what would that do? That would also test high of day, initial morning high of day up here at 106.30 area. And then bang, look for orders to be there to the buy side. Boom, fill the gap. Right? Boom, fill the gap. You could still get it, but I think you might just get a consolidation. Maybe wait till later. It's a weird setup because look, your MACD is all the way down here, right? It's negative MACD. At the same time, your RSI, right, is kind of rising, but the stock's not going higher. So if you continue to sit here and this RSI gets up here, right, and you're up here with the RSI, and your stock's up here at 105 and it still has not broken above that 50-day, look at all that downside you have, right? That's when you could really get that sell-off in the stock, right? So if you start seeing this RSI continue to go higher and the stock is not making new highs or getting above that level, that's all the recipe to, look for downside on AMD. That's just my thought. Things can change, right? A piece of news could come out. Anything can happen. But you're making a lower high there while the RSI is rising. But you have a negative MACD. It could still go lower. It's only negative by 0.2. So you could still go down to like 1, 1.5, 2, But I think you're going to start seeing some stuff going on with AMD. That's how I would look at it, right? That's just how I would look at it. And then look at that major resistance level you have up here at 109.50. 109.50, you should also have that 100-day moving average coming in. And that should be an area where sellers would look to pick things back up. I've been waiting for AMD to try and make like a breakout move to the upside, right? This is like a big bear flag that I was hoping it could bounce off the 200-day, go long. We'll see. It just doesn't really have it. I think people want this thing down in the 80s and 90s. I don't think people want to own AMD at 110. Are you buying it for your long term at 110? Right? Are you? Look at that resistance level. Huge resistance level there. That was prior support. Right? Right there. Boom. And that's at 107.50-ish. Which would be around Friday's high. But again, I would look for that 109.50 area more so than I would that 107. Alright, so there's that pullback off the 50-day. Still struggling to get above it. It's still struggling there. I would like to see if you could get this thing to break and pull itself back to 103.75. I'd still like to see a pullback in AMD. It just might not give it to you because it's not really doing anything. You want to look at like Palantir or like Tesla, something that has news. Oracle. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm not sure also if I had the mic on that whole time I was talking. I am not sure if the mic was on or not. I was talking about AMD. I'm not sure if you guys heard me or not.
Consumer materials, transports are down, the banks are down, the airline index, worst day since May. Let's get to Dom Chu with more. Hey, Dom.
Well, I'm gonna let Palantir go for right now because I missed that one. I didn't miss it. I just failed to take it. I didn't. I was giving it a little too much room. I wanted that thing down. I just wanted it a little bit further down, and didn't give it to me. So it is what it is. Feels like it's starting to run out of steam. Airlines under pressure. There's JP Morgan down. Hey, wow. American Airlines is down 6%. Look at that range right there. I already have the levels up. Markets are still kind of just sitting here sideways. The Dow pulling back. What else can we look for? All right, so there goes CVX. It went to the upside a bit. All right, so let's see. There's the SPY. Let's see if it can turn this into resistance, which I feel like it's going to. And see if we get back down to pre-market highs. Right around that 427 area. 427.50. Yep, there it goes. It's trying. It's a nice setup. And let's see if you get that retest.
Well, the main argument against is not only is urban warfare, but it is urban warfare, and Gaza holds about 100 Israeli and American hostages. So anything that Israel does would be completely set aside by if in fact hostages are put at risk because of that. We also, even if they do conduct an invasion, it is well known that Hamas will use the hostages as human shields. So I think that's the major constraint on this entire operation is the presence of over 100 hostages being held by Hamas.
In the past, General, they certainly have not wanted to occupy Gaza. I mean, the most bellicose prime minister they had, Ariel Sharon, is the one who pulled out. Is it still hard for you to imagine?
So it looks like the volume is dropping off, man. Palantir would have been your best chance to make some decent money today. I feel like the volume's pulling back. Like you can see the volume pulling back on the S&Ps, and then you notice how Palantir is kind of just falling out of bed off of that run there, because it just gave you about 100%. It gave you almost 100% on options. So you could start to see some people kind of just getting rid of that. You might get some late bloomers that feel like they're going to get a second chance at this. I wouldn't, because I should have entered here, right? But I was hoping to get a little bit more of a pullback. I never got it. It is what it is. I shouldn't have, waited and not waited. I shouldn't have let a few cents separate me in the trade. But this is a $17 stock, so every cent is a big percentage. Every 10, 15, 25, 50 cents is a big percentage, right? who's to say that that separation between, like 15 cents and 25 cents, like, that brings the options contracts back down, $2, $3 a piece. There's commissions and there's, being really nice and green as soon as I enter that trade. So that's why I was a little adamant on getting in where I wanted to get in, and I wanted to see a pullback, which would bring me into VWAP also. We have not tested VWAP yet. So I will look for that test of VWAP and see what happens. At VWAP, kind of watch the orders that are sitting there and how the stock reacts at that area. Because that's why I feel like you're getting a big, this is why I feel like you didn't get the extension you could have got. Because there's a lot of people that still want to be long Palantir, but they never got their entry. And I feel like a lot of them want to they want to enter this thing down here around the low 17s. Because that's your support and resistance area. Again, if I take you back real quick while it's pulling itself back, if you had to get long or short, you tell me, right? Look at that, right? Resistance, right? Breaks above it, support, breaks, goes back up, resistance, breaks above. Look, support, and then resistance. See it? Look, support, resistance, and then we've stuck under it. We finally broke above it, so therefore we should pull back to it, which we haven't done yet. And that's where you should get more longs. You should get some more longs in there. So here's a 15-minute chart. They are important to look at also. 15-minute VWAP and stuff like that, knowing where it's at. So there you go. That VWAP is right at previous or initial morning high. Right? Open, pull back, rip. So there you go. You see how you're getting some buyers sitting there at like 1730, 1729. Trading doesn't have to be difficult. We can sure make it difficult on ourselves. I know. Listen, I make it harder on myself than it has to be. That's my life. Right? I've done it to myself my whole life. But all right, MACD curling down now. Again, I think I'm going to wait on this because I just, I had to be long here early in the morning because I knew that's when the trade's going to take place, right? The trade's going to take place here at 10 o'clock. And can you guys believe that it's already 11? You have a double top in the SPY. It's already 11 o'clock. Already. That's crazy. Where did the time go? What's everybody looking at? How are you guys doing? How's everybody doing? How was everyone's weekend? What else are you all looking at? I'm going to go run through a couple other ones real quick. All right, so there's your test. You see how time and sales is starting to pick back up now? See how quick the tape is starting to run? See how fast it's starting to run? It's speeding up. See? So if you guys don't know, and some of you guys are new, some of you guys aren't, and you already know this, and it may be, I don't mean to say it, because you already know it. You want to pay attention when you watch time and sales, and like when you do your tape rating, pay attention to the speed, right? You're gonna see at certain areas how your time and sales and your level 2 it really picks up, and things start. Orders are getting filled, right? And things are speeding up, and then it slows down. You're going to notice as we get into VWAP here, things start speeding up, right? Watch. If we pull back into VWAP, look, watch the speed, right? It's going to start ripping. Watch. As soon as it gets into VWAP, you'll start seeing these orders speed up. See it starting to speed up there? It's at VWAP. It still is kind of pulled itself back, but there it goes, right? Boom. See how it's speeding up? It's speeding up, or was.
But there's nothing like being there. At National, you can skip the counter.
We'll see where that next area is that it speeds up at. Right there.
Right from the app. So you can get some quality
So you have a lot going on here. You have a mixed bag, it feels like. It really did it on that first test of VWAP. You had a lot of... See, right there is where it sped up. It really got to speeding up there. And if this thing breaks VWAP, we're going to notice the same thing, and you know, whether it's to the buy side or downside. Man, this thing would have been awesome to be long this morning.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Missing punches. Unnecessary. Check reversals. Unnecessary. Time sheet correction. Unnecessary. Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go!
Oh shit, you guys can't see time in sales, can you?
Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own.
I'll have to move it.
Want Bitcoin exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with simple GBTC. Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. The world's largest.
What is in my...
UK foreign minister cleverly on Israel attacks, yet nobody wants to spill.
I thought I had something in my headphones. I gotta get rid of that logo. That thing is garbage. That thing's garbage.
Given the fragmented nature of production now, do we need to have such a high value?
Alright, so there's a bounce in the SPY. Let's see if that helps Palantir out. That's a failed breakout. Now we're back into it. So I'm not really confident in the long on Palantir again. Doesn't mean it can't go higher. I just felt like we pulled it in, you broke back out to a new high, and you needed to hold that initial morning high up here around 1750, right? But no, we've broken it. So therefore, to me, that's a failed breakout. It may start pulling itself back. Disney not really doing anything. Tesla also with a little news. Oh, James Bullard is on CNBC, guys. If it's too loud, let me know. He went to Purdue. I don't know if he's still with the Fed or not. Hold on. It may be loud, so give me 1 second.
The deficits that we obviously are funding right now and are going to have to continue to fund for quite some time?
Yeah, it's an issue, but I don't think that's the main dynamic here. I think the main dynamic is you had SVB, which is about 200 days in the past, and people predicted recession ahead because of SVB. That has not materialized, so the market has had to reprice, and that's where the higher yields are coming from, I think.
So you're not as concerned that we're really just talking
If
about an
that's too
endless
loud,
series
let
of
me know.
issuance that is going
If
to
things aren't adding up
Plenty of
right.
issuance, yes.
Sound of my
but,
voice
I
compared
don't think
to
that's the
sound
main
of
dynamic here. I think that the
Bullard.
story that the U.S. was going to go into recession with very high probability in the second half of 2023 is just not materializing. And that has mainly what has caused the 10-year to go back
That's
up.
not true, Bowler, because you haven't necessarily
4.8,
given it
I
enough
guess, close
time.
to 4.8.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's the
And,
time factor
all right, on
when you
Friday
think
we
we're
got
out
a
of the
very
woods
strong
that
jobs report.
we're going to
So
go
I
into a
think that
recession?
confirmed
You
that
still have
the
a ton of
story is that
liquidity
it's
that's
just,
supporting
you know,
this
you've
market
got,
up.
if anything,
That
a
lag effect of
reacceleration
all
of the
that
US
money being
economy in the
spent
second
and it's
half of
still traveling
2023.
throughout the system.
You got to price
Wait
that
till it flushes out.
appropriately, and that's means higher for longer for the Fed. I think the you know.
I mean,
Yes, we're
again,
getting
I went over
disinflation.
it.
That's
I mean,
good.
guys,
You've
it
got
wasn't
the
until a
PCE on a
year
12-month basis, core
after
PCE
the rate
about
hikes, a
3.8.
year after
That
the
sounds pretty
last
good,
rate hike is
but
when the
that's still double
recession
the
really
inflation
started.
target, so you got to get that
right?
down.
That's
It's
when it
gonna
really
take a while
started.
to get that down. Fed will have to stay higher for
so
longer. The faster growth in the economy
take that
is
for
kind
what
of
it's
good
worth.
news, but that'll probably slow down the pace of disinflation relative to what it otherwise would have been.
Do you think the geopolitical events over the weekend change anything with regard to the rate trajectory for the Fed?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to digest it just like everyone else. Markets hate uncertainty, of course.
Let's do this.
Looking at where gasoline prices are, and they look like they're going down. Hey, do you think that the United States, with its allies, can crack down simultaneously on Russian oil exports while you're in, and enforce sanctions more heavily, and Iranian exports, and enforce sanctions more heavily? Both of them, in some ways, have been given a pass over the last few months in terms of their exports. Do you think without a significant price rise, we could see both of those two countries having a tougher trading environment? I actually don't. I think the price gap.
So what I'm going to do is I will probably go through a few different things here as far as charts and stuff like that throughout the day.
Warning of the consequences of Israeli impunity and international inaction. Last October, about a year ago, we stated before the Security Council the Palestinian people will be free one day or another, one way or another. We chose the peaceful way, the one the international community advocates for. Do not let Israel prove us wrong for our sake and theirs. This is not
It's
a
actually
time
pretty amazing how much
to
this
let
computer
Israel
runs,
double
guys.
down on its terrible choices.
And it doesn't really
This is
act
a
up.
time
Sometimes I'll
to
have
tell
issues
Israel
with like
it needs to change
the
course,
camera pausing when it wants
that
to
there
and
is
stuff,
a path to peace,
I
where
run a lot
neither
of stuff on this
Palestinians
thing, and
nor
it just,
Israelis
it's a
are
little
killed.
workhorse, and it hasn't had any.
And
to
it
me,
is
doesn't seem
the
like it's had
one
any issues.
diametrically opposed to the one Israel is embarked on.
So we are getting
Israel
an increase
keeps
in volume
saying
on the S&Ps here.
the blockade and repeated assaults on Gaza are to destroy Hamas, military capabilities, and ensure security. Clearly and expectedly, its blockade and assaults accomplished neither. The only thing they did accomplish was inflicting terrible suffering on an entire civilian
Yes,
population.
that's all they did. You're
It
absolutely
is
right.
time for an immediate end to the violence and the bloodshed,
It's sick.
and it is time to end this blockade
All
and
right,
to
so
open a
what I'm
political
going to look
horizon.
for on the S&Ps, guys, is possibly
When
see if we
Israel
can't get a
now
pullback.
tries to
Here's the
justify
question.
yet another
Do we
assault
start to take back
by
all
the
of
same
Friday?
faulty premise,
That's going to be the question.
no one
Right?
should
Do
say
we take back all
or
of Friday?
do anything to encourage it down this path.
I would keep,
We
you
know
I
only
would-
too
I would
well
really watch, because if we
that
do,
the messages about
you know,
Israel's right to defend itself will be interpreted by Israel as license to kill, to pursue on the very path that led us here. 370, and the number is rising by the moment, of Palestinians that have been killed already in one day, including children, some barely a
you hear
few
that?
months old.
Including children, because they're
Entire
getting the kids
families
into the shit.
were killed in
That's
their
sick.
sleep. Will this bring security? Will this advance peace? Where is the international protection the Palestinian people is entitled to when the occupying power violates international law and harms those it is obliged to protect?
Yeah,
Aren't Palestinians'
crazy,
lives worth saving? The Palestinian civilians killed, the Palestinian children killed in occupied Palestine could have been spared. Isn't that a moral and legal obligation and a contribution to peace? Why nothing is done when those killed are Palestinians? We need to think hard of what logic we want to see prevail here. If this is about vengeance, then many Palestinians will feel they have much to avenge. If this is about peace, then the way to it is not through further entrenching oppression and occupation, but by ending it. You cannot say nothing justifies killing Israelis and then provide justification for killing Palestinians. We are not
watch NVIDIA here.
subhumans.
NVIDIA's at a
Let me
gap
repeat,
fill
we are
support
not
area in case it
subhumans.
breaks this level.
We will never accept a rhetoric that denigrates our humanity and reneges
I would watch.
our rights.
Because
A rhetoric that ignores the occupation
you're
of our
starting to have a
land
lot of these
and oppression
stocks
of our
start
people.
to get up into that 50-day moving average. And
There
look at
is
that.
no
That's a-
right
That's a nice
to
resistance.
security that trumps
Nice
the right
resistance off
of
the
a
50-day
nation
on
to
NVIDIA.
self-determination.
So
The fulfillment of our right to self-determination is the only path towards shared peace and security. We chose the peaceful path to achieve our rights, but Israel continued using blunt force against Palestinian lives and Palestinian rights. Israel cannot wage a full-scale war on a nation, its people, its land, its holy sites, and expect peace in exchange. One needs to address the root causes of the conflict. And by doing so, we will be addressing its consequences. We have been calling for a different rationale, a different approach. Justice, not vengeance. Freedom, not occupation. Peace, not war. Our calls should be heeded. The alternative is playing out under our very eyes. Israel has announced dozens of times that it had handled the Palestinian problem by war against our people or peace with others. Since
so NVIDIA is another one that's
1948
gonna be
till
on
a
my
few
watch
days
list.
ago,
I'm gonna
in the
go back to
statement of
Palantir and keep an eye on
Netanyahu
that.
in front of the
If you
General
guys
Assembly.
could, let me know if that sound is too high,
Netanyahu
if
held
it's too low, if I
during
need
that
to turn it
speech
down
in these United
compared to my
Nations
voice.
a map denying the existence of Palestine. A
All right, so
map
there's that
of
retest on
aggression
Palantir.
and annexation.
The options are
To
actually
all
still at the same price
the
at 27 cents,
peacemakers,
28 cents.
To all those who believe in the UN Charter and international law, one cannot lose sight of the bigger picture. We need to stand up for the vision enshrined in the resolution of the Security Council and the General Assembly, and to take the necessary measures to ensure compliance with their provisions. We need to uphold international law, not
All right, so there's a
abandon it.
retest on the spy.
Everybody in the room behind me, who will be meeting in a few minutes, agree on the end game. Israel expects and demands political and military support while advancing goals that are fundamentally at odds with international legitimacy and consensus. Its policies are an assault on our humanity, on international law, on peace, and are a threat for its own people. Can those supporting Israel ignore its colonialist and racist agenda? That would be self-defeating. A different path is possible. I repeat, a different path is possible. But it cannot ignore the lives and rights of the Palestinian people. It must guarantee them equal measures of freedom and security.
All right, so there's a
You
spy
cannot stand for peace if you do not stand up to occupation. Do it because it is the right thing to do.
At 427.50 level.
Morally, legally,
it could
politically,
just bounce back and forth here.
And because it will save lives. Peace will save lives because it is the only way forward. I thank you very much. We have copies for those who are interested
that is,
to give it to
Morning
you.
Glow
Thank you.
also.
And have a good afternoon.
All right, so we try to show you both angles here. Obviously, Palestinian talking about the uproar that is happening right now. We wanted to continue to showcase that here for you. On live now from Fox, it is setting up for a new hour right here. I want to show you what we have coming up. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy going to be making some remarks here. We'll keep an eye on that as well as all of the conflict that is happening right now.
Are you looking for winning option trade alerts with high return rates and a 6-month satisfaction guarantee? Buy Alerts delivers in real-time basic to advanced option alerts using powerful AI technology and top industry analysts. Stop losing.
بضروره إنهائها. طبعا هو يلعب على الجانب النفسي ضمن اطار الحرب النفسيه التي تمارسها اسرائيل ضد الحاضنه الشعبيه في غزه ضد سكان قطاع غزه، وكان الايام الماضيه قد طالب سكان المناطق الحدوديه بالتوجه نحو هذه المناطق هنا. هذا ما يثبت كذب اصدقائي ادري كمتحدث باسم الجيش الاسرائيلي الذي يمارس الخداع والتضليل كجزء من اهداف المؤسسه الامنيه والعسكريه الاسرائيليه. يريد ان يهلك الجبهه الداخليه، طبعا هذا ما اكدت عليه وزاره الداخليه، وطالبت بعدم التعاطي مع الاتصالات. كانت هناك اتصالات من قبل اجهزه امنيه اسرائيليه اسطوانات كنت لا تطالب فيها سكان المناطق الحدوديه كالشجاعيه وبيت حنون بالتوجه الى مراكز المدن وتحديدا في هذه المناطق جنوبا.
All right, Palantir is breaking down, so that's a good no move there for us. Should see. Feel like the day is gonna fade out. Volume's gonna start getting low.
خميس بينفع بس تاخد جنب اشرف لهيك عشان اللايف.
There's a pretty nice rejection. Tape kind of sped up. So watch out, right? Watch out, yeah. Tape sped up there. You could just put in a lower high up here.
أنا ألحظ استهدافين أو قصف متجدد في مكان اعتادت إسرائيل منذ بدء هذه المعركة على قصف. طبعا هناك غارتين في الشمال الغربي من الواضح أنها استهدفت أراضٍ زراعية، وقد تكرر القصف الإسرائيلي طبعا هذه المناطق بالتزامن مع الغارات الجوية التي ينفذها الجيش الإسرائيلي. هناك أيضا حركة نشطة للصواريخ الحربية، حركة نشطة للصواريخ الحربية الإسرائيلية. هذه غارة جديدة في شمال القطاع في نفس المكان. طبعا قصفت إسرائيل كما ذكرت هذا المكان، وأنا أستمع الآن مجددا للزوارق الحربية وتطلق قذائف صاروخية باتجاه الشواطئ. إذا هناك ازدياد في أعداد في أعداد الشهداء، نظرا لأنه القصف يستهدف تجمعات مدنية وسكانية مهولة في السكان. إسرائيل اليوم بالفعل ارتكبت عدة مجازر باستهداف آخر هذه المجازر كانت تصدر عائلة النباهين. حمزة وين؟
Well, it looks like waiting on Palantir was the best decision, right? Being patient. You know, I kind of thought that we would just get that extension, it would just sit sideways and then go higher. Didn't do it. So, I thought it was kind of funny how nobody, as in like anyone, right? Like CNBC, YouTube, anyone. They're... Do you guys hear that? Oh shit, look. You guys see that? I was wondering what that was. It sounded like steps. What a shame. Who's to say they don't get struck? It sounded like somebody walking. I forgot I didn't have it up. Think about all the people that can't breathe now. That's a lot. That's a lot of silica. You could probably pull all that dust right out of your mouth. It's sad. Alright, so I'm going to see if Palantir can finally get some support in this area. Short term. Here I am talking without a mic. I said this morning, I didn't look at the moves this morning from small caps. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Turkey. I know. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. And come up here and say hi. Hold on, say hi. You're okay. Yeah. You say hi. Huh? Yeah, you say hi. I know you're going to try and jump down. I know. I know. I'm just going to keep you warm. Watch out. Watch out. Come on. Peas. Come here. Then come sit on my lap. Come on, you want to get warm? What was that? What was that little back leg kick? Huh? What was it? Hold on. I know. Come here. Come on. Please, so I can do what I gotta do. There's something moving. Come on. Over here. Come over here. Oh, sit. There you go. Sit on my lap. There you go. Why are they not turning the cameras? There's obviously something going on. She's trying to lay here in front of me. She's literally trying to lay on my pens and my keyboard and shit. That's so crazy. I mean, it's crazy. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. It makes you a little thankful for, not, oh, that's close. That, you know, you don't get drugged into believing something as a young kid or a child, and, you know, I don't know. It's on. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know. I just wish them all best of luck. I really do. It's just... You know, like I said, I don't know much about the situation. I don't know much about it. You know, I kind of get the basics of it, but to have an agreement on something and to try and go back and take it back, oh, of course. Unless they just got taken out. Or it's because my little girl just laid on the keyboard. Hold on. You're okay. I don't know what it was. I know, sweetheart. Hold on. I don't know if that was Abby or them. Yeah, they might have just got taken out. I don't know.
Introducing the Unga, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load 5-round magazine and is powered by an 8-gram CO2 cartridge.
Shit, which one did I have on? Hi, you okay? I'm gonna go make sure she's got food and stuff. I'm sure she does. I don't know. I think she's just tired and wants to... just wants attention. I don't know. I'm gonna go, I might not be doing too much more today because of the volume. But, that was pretty crazy. You guys are seeing them, you know. They were just dropping bombs on them. I don't know what happened. I gotta go back. I don't know what feed I had up. I could have swore it was this one. Alright, I'll be right back. So the S&Ps here also, guys, remember we have lower highs, right? Lower lows and lower highs. So there's our first. Let's see if we reject VWAP here. Here was the other one that I was watching was NVIDIA. See if this NVIDIA starts to become resistance here. This could be a nice setup. I'm not sure how much movement we'll get. You know, I just feel like there's not a ton of volume. I think a lot of this stuff could happen after hours and yeah, after hours. So kind of decide on what move you think it's going to take. And if we start seeing stuff happen, you know, we keep coming in on, you know, we keep trading sideways during the day like we are today, and then you come in with a gap down. Like, you know, pay attention to that early on in the week and look to get short those resistance levels. Know where your weekly candle's at. Say stuff like that, right? Whatever we can do. I figured she was just hungry. Yeah. I hear you, Bingo. Not me. Not I. We're going to have a lot of volatility. You know, I get it. There's a lot that, you know, there's a lot. I could see why. I mean, I get it. You know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I just feel like there's going to be a lot of volatility this week. And, I want to look to take advantage of it. Even if that means if I have to be patient. You know, I feel like you say, that the uncertainty is what transpires out of this. You know, what's going to give us a directional move, right? That's going to be the question. Is it something the Fed says? You know, is it just some breaking news, like any type of news come out about this war? You know, we'll have to see. Just have to wait and see. So I'm going to watch Tesla here. So it's pretty much a sideways day for the SPY. You know, I'm just going to pick my spots, right? I'm going to be looking at, like, gold. I'm going to look at, you know, a couple setups that I've been watching. Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, you could, especially if, because the Fed has brought up this morning twice already about their balance sheet. About balance sheet runoff, so I'm not sure. Because, hold on. Because I feel like you just got your second leg of capitulation on the bond market. You know, I don't know if you mean rates themselves, or if longer term rates going down. Like, I mean, just looking at the volume, there's your first leg, consolidation, boom, boom. And the markets have bounced back. Usually, if you were to look at any professional trading, like, booklet, right? It would show you in a bear market that usually will last, you would see, all right, so you would see the markets sell off about 18 months, kind of have that, right? You got a full year, kind of, right?
This simple line of code can increase your ad sales by 50 to 100% instantly. No changes in your business. I can prove.
Is that usually you will get the markets to bounce back while the bond market has its second leg of capitulation. And I feel like we just got that the past couple weeks. There, right? We sold off, kind of just hung out, got some people to go long, and then what'd you get? Boom, boom. You got your last leg of capitulation in the markets. Look at the volume, right? That's 63 million shares to the buy side. Not to say that you're wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong, because it very well could happen. You know, maybe you know something that I don't. I just, I don't know. Why they would continue to sell off, unless you think because, like, I mean, I guess, like, how much further do rates go higher, right? Yeah, sure, they could go higher, but we're already like, we're already on that top end. What are we going to go? Another percent on the 10-year? 5.5. I want to know why they're just hitting this area there. See, like right now, it looks like yields pulled back pretty sharply. Was that the 9th? Who knows, right? Who knows? I don't know. That's just what I've seen and what I've been, kind of taught. Now it could still sell off. Rates could go higher. We could get into that 6% range. I just don't know if the Fed's going to raise rates because of something that's out of their control. Because if the war and stuff is out of their control, do they hurt the middle class or the lower middle and lower class, right? Would they prefer them to have jobs and find ways to make it by, or completely turn the economy into a rubble and then be out of work, got war, can't pay for the war? So there's a fine battle that you could start to see them. I feel like the big thing that nobody's talking about is liquidity. I think that's going to start being of concern. I forget what it was and where I seen it, but it was really informational about banks and what this, man, I can't remember what it was. Because the banking system, just banking in general, has so many different little loops in it. I wouldn't even know where to start. But I feel like there's a liquidity issue that could start to come around. So it pretty much had to do with the Fed's mortgage-backed securities, right? Like nobody's buying them. They run off. There's no new. I'd have to go back and see it. I can tell you who it was from. It was from what's her name? And she nailed it right on the head. It's from Danielle DiMartino. And she was a previous Fed member. And she nailed it on the head. She nailed it on the head with what she was saying. And here you go. This is probably... We'll see. I want to see how this all ends. That's all. I want to see how this all, what all happens. What is it, Turkey? Camera is at what? They're just spamming the chat. What are you doing, Turkey? Yeah, it looks like it's getting ready to get dark there, so.
بلاك الصورة بلاك الصورة بس غير فيلم
Damn, look at all that shit on fire, guys. You okay? You good? I was just listening to her breathing. I just want to make sure she was okay. She had me nervous. I was thinking about I know you had. I don't know why. People are just spamming this chat. Where's the microphone? Like, what is going on? Is this what it's like all the time? You just, like, always have this, like, eerie-ass music playing all the time? All up in their feels? Y'all gotta catch that, man. Y'all hear that. We gotta catch that. I want to know what's keeping the cameramen safe. Because cameramen never die. Right? Are you okay? Are you okay? Why are you getting Daddy's lap? Keep you warm. It's warming up. That shit's really burning down there. You guys see it? It's getting bigger from what it was. There's some lights or something going on over here. Alright, so NVIDIA, I'm watching NVIDIA here. You know, I don't think we're gonna get any type of follow through. Quiet before the storm. Just when you think it's getting dark, they change the thing and there's light. So I don't know what time of day or morning or night it is there. You can hear the fighter jet flying above. There's no way it just got that dark out of nowhere. See? That's what I thought. Yo, girlfriend. I might take a dive. Who wants to go take a dive with me? Let's go. I'm gonna go explore. Let me go explore a bit here. Alright, so 445 could be support. I'm gonna keep my eye on that. I knew it. I knew I heard it. Where is it, man? Turn that camera, bro. Oh, look at that. Did you guys see that? That was sick. No. Oh, big one to the right over there. Look, this person just walking his little sheep or something. Give it a few minutes, and then you should see it again, because they'll probably have to reload and do all that other shit. That was pretty nuts. You seen one back here in this far corner over here, where that little light is over there. Just that whole area glow, and you seen it just launching from here. Whether it was going after, you know, another jet. Of course, there is stuff behind them that's on fire. I'll be back in just a little bit, guys. I'm gonna leave some charts up. I'll leave this up. I just have a couple things I gotta do real quick, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. If anything happens, I'll hop back on, but I'll be here if you guys have any questions or anything. Whatever. So I'll be back on in just a little bit. Watch and see if you hold that. Watch and see if you hold that area, or if you break above it.
سامع. ايش بتحكي؟ اه قريب.
It's crazy, isn't it? Look at that.
Hi, I'm Tom Grieve, former state prosecutor and USCCA network attorney. I want to tell you about a free self-defense class that's happening in your area. The life-saving information provided in this When to Use Force class will teach you the ins and outs of deadly force decision-making and may help you save a life someday. You'll learn about the following topics: understand reasonable use of force, to know when to fight and when not to, the 4 things that must be true to legally justify the use of deadly force, how to quickly improve your home security and defense. Class size is limited, and this class is available for a limited time.
This territory is ours.
Yo, you got that shit all wrong.
Your brother Jaynard gave it to us. It wasn't his to give. Tell your men to vacate. Ain't nobody going nowhere. This our block. These are our corners. You gonna come for us? We ready for you. And you owe me, motherfucker. How much I paid you for protection and almost got my head taken off? You don't want to do this to us. Oh, no, I want to do this to you. I've been wanting to do this to you. We keeping what's ours, and you got a problem with that? You talk to Jaynard.
Gonna troll the shit out of it. America doesn't buy oil from the Middle East, bro. America has its own oil, more than it needs. Maybe I'm. America doesn't buy oil from the Middle East, bro. America has its own oil. Oh, bro. So we neither sell or buy. This shit's crazy. It is. Relative strength is underrated. It is. Huh?
All right, shout out. I just got my plaque. One Bite Pizza Reviews, 1 million subscribers. Shout out me.
Just yours, Dave.
People who hate me, they're probably gonna fucking puke. Most influential food pizza
Who's your
critic
cameraman?
in the world.
Who's the editor?
Keep this thing growing. They told
That's
me
all.
10 million. I get a diamond one of these, so that's the next stop. So again, shout out everyone who watches the One Bite Pizza Reviews on YouTube. You know, like the Kenji Alt of the world, fuck you, you know who you are. Again, thank you guys, and next stop, 10 million. All right, shout out, I just got my plaque.
We wanted to see happen, which was a pullback from this anchored VWAP up in the SPY down in towards this area. That's what I sketched in on Friday at the market ending close, that is. And right now we're hovering right at the 2-day anchored volume weighted average price. So Ductors are not holding on to that bigger gain. All these markets, though, are trading an inside day completely within the prior day's range. So
U.S. is likely to take steps to enforce $60 barrel oil. Oh, ooh, watch out, guys. When was this? To enforce $60 a barrel. This Stu sucks. Stu, you suck. I hope you're watching this. I hope you're watching this. Come on, dude.
The game of my existence.
Oh my
it's
God.
not
Here
a
we
career.
go
Listen,
again.
this is called chase your money. But I'm telling you to chase responsibly. This is my Dave Portnoy bilge game of my life.
This is what you get, Stu.
Patriots, they're gonna
I
kill
hope
the
Stu's watching
game
this.
of my
Stu blocked me.
existence.
He must have had Maryland. He told all his subscribers to take Maryland. Guess what we did? Or he told them to take Virginia. Guess what we did? We took Maryland, and they dusted him. And then he blocked me. Oh, shit. Dude, he's been awful ever since he got upset. Alright, let's see here. I guess we're still going to work our way back to 100-day moving average. I never thought that, I didn't think we would sell off. Also didn't think we would, you know, be bought like we did. Get bought up late. I figured we'd have an inside hit. Let's see here. Alright, guys. I'll be right back. Again, I'm just in the middle of a couple things. I just thought bro was funny. Alright, he's just out there trolling. We don't buy or sell. Oh, we don't? That's funny.
محمد الغارات ما تزال متواصلة، يعني هذا اليوم هو يعني الغارات التي شنتها الطائرات الحربية على واحد من أهم الأحياء السكنية في مدينة الزرقية. هذا الحي كان واحد من أكثر الأحياء هدوءا بعيدا عن يعني وليس شيء طبعا ليس شيء هناك مكان بعيد عن الغارات الإسرائيلية ولا الطائرات على لكن على الأقل محليا هكذا.
Matter of fact, how about this? Well, there's some people here. I'll leave this stream up. It's fine, because they're still they're gonna go throughout it all night. So what it is they're going to be knocking out their water and electricity, as you can tell, right? You can already start to see a lot of these houses are dark. There are no lights. Now I know they've turned it. You got some fires going on back here, but to the left over here, if they were to turn it, or it's like right in here. Let me see. I don't know if they've turned the camera or not. But that's what they're doing. They're going to knock out their water. They're going to knock out their electricity. And this is what they're doing. They're doing just that in only a matter of 2 hours. They've done a lot. They've done a lot in 2 hours. So I will leave it up. I just had a few things I was wanting to get done. I was thinking about coming back at like, you know, like 1:30, 2 o'clock. I want to see what happens when we get up to this area as well, because it's the top side of our range. It's going to make a big difference on whether or not we break up and out through there or not.
قال لك يا حبيبي انا اللي بقول لك انزل قالوا لي انزل ما حدش يقول لي انا ايش اعمل يا رامي مالنا يا حبيبي مين اللي قال انا اللي قايل انا الحين مكلم انا ايش بتقول لي اقول لي انا انفك سلام 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 يلا يا عبد يلا طلعوا ولا لا والله ايه طلع لي جوال معي جوالك الشنطة هاني عصايا يمكن في الشنطة طب والله هذا بنضبه بدري وسلف يا محمد صح؟ هات نضبه يلا سواء لقيته
ايديك بس شيل انت ما مش قادر نشيل ايدي حبيبي شنطة بدي اشيل شيل شنطة اشرف انا بشيل سكرها يلا يا اخو استنى من جوه قدامنا يلا يلا جيتك ايه حمزه انزل تحت ايه انزل تحت خليها هيك بلفها شمال خموش هدول يا عم خليها زي ما هي هيك يابا لا يابا استنى شوي غطي اول شيء هدول غطي هدول صورة طبيعية هم يا عمي خلي الصورة كل الشغل هيك حيكون هذا تسكرها ال LCD خلص تمام ولا خليه يلا ايه يلا يا زلمه هيو تعال عم دعبيه نزلت انزلها كمان امسك بخميس روح تقدر تفوت فوت ايش افتح افتح لا خليها مبسوطة ابقى والله انا عارف على صوت والله
This is the perfect product for me.
Makes me feel so good.
I sleep better.
My mood, my energy. Feel. Fucking retards. Fucking retards.
Are you looking for winning option trade alerts with high return rates and a 6-month satisfaction guarantee? Buy Alerts delivers an
comes to burning fat and building muscle for a guy, the biggest mistake you can make is just When it comes to burning fat and building muscle for a guy, the biggest mistake you can make is just eating healthy. Why? Because some of these so-called
know what that is. And here comes another one. Look, it's down in the city now. I can't make it bigger, but now it's down in the city. They've been back to back to back to back. That's like the third or fourth one. Over to the right, they just set a few. Look, again. Shit. Over to the right, look. You can see them getting sent. If only they turned that camera just a little bit to the right where you got to see this and what's going on over here. To the right of you, there's buildings on fire and stuff, so I don't know if they're there anymore. I think they left the building.
Hi, I'm Tom Grieve, former state prosecutor and USCCA network attorney. I want to tell you about a free self-defense class that's happening in your area. The life-saving information provided in this class will help you.
שנייה, שילו, שנייה. סלם, יופי, יאללה, בואו. מעולה. תעלו אותם על הרכבים. גבי, תעזור לפה שאתה. بس شوي احكي معنا بس شوي بس
Chairman, I still call him my chairman, Gregory Meeks, and of course, our one and beloved Congresswoman Grace May.
I stand here today to let one and all know Hamas will pay. This barbaric, horrific act from a group who was formed because they never wanted peace. They don't believe in peace. The reason why they exist is because they think that Israel does not have the right to exist. You can't negotiate peace with someone who believes that Israel has not the right to exist and then commit these horrific, terrifying, criminal acts. My heart is hurting today. Look at those horrific pictures of children, of elderly, parachuted upon and killed. There is a responsibility that we all have to stamp this out collectively. Hamas cannot continue. I'm standing here today to tell you, and I know that I have a great responsibility as being the ranking Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. So my voice will not be silent, whether it's here in New York, or when I get back to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, or I travel any place else in the world. I know that President Biden and Secretary Blinken have been talking to leaders around the world, as to make sure that this is not just an issue for Israel. This is an issue for every single human being that's on this planet. We cannot stand by silently. Silence is an acceptance of this horrific act. So we've got to speak out. We've got to stand up. I was talking to my good friend.
Speak up and stand out. What's
Rabbi
that do?
Miller
Nah, motherfucker, let's go the
JCRC.
fuck over there. End 'em.
We've been communicating on a daily basis. His niece and family members held up in a shelter as they hear bombs and gunshots outside their doors. He is safe, but he's worried about his family. I have been to the Gaza Strip.
All right, some of you will be seeing a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase vigils that are happening across the country and, of course, around the world. Live look there in Paris as well.
Must be destroyed. And so, I called my colleague, Mike McCall, and we had a conversation and said it cannot be a Democratic and a Republican issue. It's a United States Congress issue. So we've drafted a joint resolution, worked on it, that will be the first bill where we have the opportunity to vote on a bill on the floor that the United States Congress puts out to vote on so that the voices of the American people by its representatives will be heard loudly and clearly around the world. So I conclude by saying to you, just as we looked and hunted the leadership of Al Qaeda, we're going to hunt and look and find and bring to justice the leadership of Hamas. I stand strongly, loudly, and proudly with the people of Israel, and my heart, my soul, my prayers go out to each and every one of them.
Thank you so much, Chairman Meeks. Thank you to our Borough President, Donovan Richards, to his entire team who helped put this together over Shabbat and the holiday weekend, to QJCC, Michael, all of our organizations who are here today. Today and every day, we pray for the people of Israel. Over the
Finding an investor-friendly real estate agent can be daunting, especially if you're looking to invest out of state.
Protection. Yeah, it looks cool. You really go on the battlefield. Every single one of them just get toasted. Yeah, that's real cool, dude. You and one other person, y'all both getting smoked. Yeah, let me just throw myself up in the air with nothing to surround me. Oh my god.
They attacked by air, land, and sea, taking
stupid.
Israel by surprise.
You gotta be kidding me. Like, seriously. Like, look at this. Oh, let me see the wind. Where's the wind? Okay. Ready? Now, you can hear these in the video. If you listen, you will hear them in the other video in the other live video. They make it look so cool, don't they? Come on, man. I know you have to. You guys are... I'm sorry, but I just know these type of individuals that are here in America that have their doctorates and would laugh at the same thing. Like how idiotically stupid and unsmart and just the ridiculousness of it. Hear it? You can hear it here. You can hear the propeller things. I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm just taking a wild guess. I have no idea. Yo, I'm gonna hit all these dumbasses real quick. Watch.
Eating healthier doesn't need a total pantry overhaul. It just needs 2 scoops of cassava, packed with
Hey there, real quick, you guys. This is Steve Fisher, and I'm here to tell you about a great event from the U.S. Concealed Carry Association.
والآن مجاهدين يخوضون اشتباكات ويخوضون معارك. الله أكبر ولله الحمد. إنهم أشلاء بإذن الله. سنصلي في الأقصى، سنصلي في الأقصى بإذن الله.
What?
نحاول انه نحافظ على وجودنا، نحاول انه نطلقهم باكبر ضرر لحتى يتعلموا هون المخيم بدك تدفع ثمن فوت. بحب انه انا اتجوز ويجيني اولاد واعمل عيله واستقر واعيش حياتي زي ما بشوف كل العالم عايشين حياتهم. حلمي يتحرر الوطن ونعيش بأمن وسلام واولادنا ينعموا بالحريه.
What? Just like he just said. What?
ونعيش بأمن وسلام.
Feel safe, peace.
واولادنا ينعموا بالحريه. بحب انه انا اتجوز ويجيني اولاد واعمل عيله واستقر واعيش حياتي زي ما بشوف كل العالم عايشين حياتهم. حلمي يتحرر الوطن ونعيش بأمن وسلام واولادنا ينعموا بالحريه.
Ain't nobody fucking with you. Ain't nobody fucking with you. God, they're so stupid. Holy shit. You know, maybe I'm wrong.
طبعا
Maybe I
المدخل
don't live
الرئيسي
there,
لا.
but I try to see both sides. But god damn, stupid motherfuckers, man. I don't like to use that language, like, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, let me just draw my motorcycle into a metal cage instead of going through this big ass opening. Oh my god, fucktards. Fucking idiots. Yeah, let's not try to dig a hole first in front of it. There you go. There you go. Oh my god. Holy shit, they actually are letting her?
Directly targeted yesterday. As you can hear now, the raids are...
In Israel, where they're really
The raids are
like
directly targeting the tower. Just a while ago as well. I'm sorry again. Oh my god, yes, I need to go down.
كملي
I can't. If you can hear me, I can't. Oh my god. We're going to direct the camera now towards the explosions. Can you hear me? Yes, I've directed the camera now towards the explosion. This is a Shruk tower that has been brought down, as you can see. I was standing right opposite to it when I was talking to you. The destruction is massive. This is one of the biggest buildings. The building has not fallen yet. It has not fallen yet, which means that more rockets right now will be fired towards it.
Netanyahu is alive, guys. I'm gonna get that up.
ISIS. This terrible enemy wanted the war, and it will receive a war. At the beginning of the war, I instructed to do 5 immediate things. The first action was to clear villages and to stop the entrance of any enemy. These battles are still taking place. Several terrorists are still within us, and our forces are working around the clock to eliminate them. The second action that is currently being is to start a massive attack against the Hamas with I'm calling the opposition leaders to immediately form a national unity government without any, just like happened with Menachem Begin at the start of the Six-Day War. Citizens of Israel, we started, and I emphasize, we just started to hit the Hamas. The images of the Hamas bases in Gaza is just the beginning. We have killed many terrorists, and this is not going to stop. I said that any place from which Hamas operates will turn into rubble. This is already happening today, and it will continue happening even more so. I am in constant communication with President Biden, and I would like to thank him on behalf of all citizens of Israel. The USA supporting Israel in every way, have a plane carrier, biggest citizens of Israel. I have to tell you, there's also some fake news and propaganda that is trying to separate us and scare us, such as the information that there are lots of tunnels, or the fake news that the Egyptian official has warned us about this, which has never happened before. Do not believe this propaganda. And the one thing that is most important in war is staying calm. I know we all want results right here, right now, but it will take some time. But I promise you, dear citizens, at the end of the war, all our enemies will know it was a terrible mistake to attack Israel. What we will do to our enemy in the next few days will echo for generations. Already, the battlefield is filled with heroic stories of our people, from the citizens, the policemen, the soldiers. I saw video of standing with his people after killing the terrorist. This is our spirit, standing strong together. I also watched a video of David, an army soldier whose child, he was out on the field, and he saw the ceremony of the Brit on video. And when he heard the words from the ceremony, his eyes filled with tears. Yesterday, I appointed Gal Hirsch to be in charge of those abducted and missing. He has already begun his work, and we will do everything for them. Our heart is with the families of the abducted and with the families of those who have died. We have lost entire families, boys and girls, old men and old women, young and old, police and security, Jews and non-Jews. We are all sharing this. This is true and honest thing. This is the deepest thing that connects us together. Together we will overcome, and together we will win. Only together. As Prime Minister of Israel, I'm telling you honestly, we are ahead of difficult days. We are hurting for our brothers and sisters who have died, and I insist on winning this battle in order to bring peace to our people and our country. The people of Israel, the unity of Israel will not lie. And during this journey,
not rounds, but at war. This morning, Hamas opened a murderous surprise attack against the state of Israel and its citizens. We're in it since early morning. I convened heads of security. I instructed first to clear the villages from terrorists that infiltrated. This is taking place now. In addition, I ordered a wide call for reservists to fight back with might and scope that the enemy did not know. The enemy will pay a price he did not know until now. In the meantime, I call on all citizens of Israel to strictly obey the instructions of the army and the instructions of the Home Command. We are in a war, and we will win it. We are at war.
Taking a look at a tweet from Trey Yingst, filtering through some of those photos.
Hey, did you miss today's Dip and Rip trade alert? Dip and Rip is a new trade bot that tells me exactly what to buy, when.
Mr. Wonderful here. My friend Howard Marks is the co-founder of Activision, the gaming giant that was just acquired.
All right, what do you guys think? Let me get this camera up. Let me see. Let me see. Make sure everything is forward. I want to say thank you to everyone here just for showing up. Showing up today for not only myself, but for you. Right? You came in, you liked the chat. You know, just want to say thank you. It's greatly appreciated. It really is. Gotta stretch. Alright. So, what do you guys think? How, and if you guys could help me, how do I get full screen back in here? How do I get this into, so I don't want to hear myself, but I need the squawk box. How do I get this to go to picture in picture? Not sure if you guys know or not. Let me see. Let me take care of this. Let me get this. Let me do that. Sorry, I gotta do this and that. Just want to get my stuff ready. So we broke through that level. It looks like we're going back to the 100-day moving average. I want to say sorry, Bingo. You were right about AMD. It obviously was going to the upside, right? And I'm looking at AMD and I'm like, man, because what I was thinking was, and while I was explaining AMD, I don't know if you guys heard it or not, if I had the mic on or not. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. I need this to sell. I need not to sell off, but all right. I was thinking of a retest here, right? I mean, I'm not blind to the fact that it could fill its gap, which it did. And it's actually putting in a double top up there. Wow. What I was thinking was, you know, getting along on the test of the 50-day, right? I know when Bingo brought it up, it was, you know, sitting here and it was trying to reject it. So, what can we take away from this going into tomorrow? Well, one, semiconductors are not overperforming. They're not overperforming. They would actually, I guess, what, be underperforming? Let's take a look, right? So we have AMD. It's actually 0.14, 0.16, 0.17 in the red, right? You have a nice little double top, trying to go green, trying its little heart out. All right, and let's go to, like, Apple. Let's go to Apple. Holy, it's way past Friday's high. Holy Nikes. All right. Maybe it is maybe it's just a mega cap name, right? Maybe it's just a top 7. Nope, that's semiconductors, because there's NVIDIA. All right. So we'll take this into tomorrow. Alright, so let's see. Alright, there's Snowflake. I've been looking at Snowflake lately. Give me a little Meta and Netflix. Meta. Meta is nice and green, right? Meta is 1.3% green. So semis are slacking. Alright, they are slacking. Slacking. Like, you know. Let me see. Come on. Here we go. Alright, so we have 1 hour to go. And as we can assume, energy is in the lead. Alright, energy's in the lead. I'd like to see where the Dow is. What I also want to do is look at TLT, right? The longer term bond. Let's see here. I hope you guys had a great day. If you guys didn't have much capital today, I'm sorry that I didn't warn you guys about that. I haven't made any trades today. I kind of missed that long. I was a little busy. So I want to know where we're going. So what I wanted to do was ask you guys how to do picture-in-picture. That was one, but there was something else, and I feel like I forget what it was. What is going on here? Did you guys see that? There we go. I could just do that. Feels like they're done for a bit right now. So, you can see they've really been hitting them on with they're trying to knock out their electric and stuff. Electric, water, stuff like that. So I'm here if you guys have anything. If you guys want to talk markets, you guys want to talk sports, you guys want to talk shit, you guys want to talk anything, you guys don't want to talk, it's fine. I'm still here. Right? I'd like to hear about your guys' weekends, personally. So what I wanted to say was that we have on this rally, it kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Like, if you didn't take the chance, because you got the retest of that resistance level here, okay, on the 15-minute chart, pretty clear, right? Pretty clear. We broke out of it. We pulled back to it, tested it, bang. We get one more test of this area. You gotta get long. You gotta get long. Okay? Your 100-day moving average isn't all the way up until 438. And the thing is that the quicker we go up to 440, high 430s, the faster that 50 day is going to angle itself down. All right? Now we are in an inflection point. Okay? Because this area, you know, we're going to separate ourselves from a bull market to a bear market. Okay? We pull back 20%. You know, even from where we were, it's like, you know, you could look at it two different ways, but, you know, see, I can't even really do that because we got to do it from all-time highs. So, that's all. I was just going to say that, I wanted, you guys got to understand, because this 50 day is going to start pricing in a lot of this stuff, right? And the faster we continue to close upwards, the sharper this downturn is going to be. And where does it meet it, right? That's the question. Where does it meet it? And we should assume we have some resistance up here, just a little bit. Your real resistance isn't up here until 436.85. You just have a few little pivot lows here. Flat top area of resistance possible. So what's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? I think this may have reversed to go much higher and even got a downgrade to $5. Why would they downgrade that thing? That sucks. CPG, May, CTRA, which are all oil. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, man. How you doing today? Let's see here. What I was just going to say real quick, though, and I'm going to look at those tickers from Mike, was let's just, you know, think about where they're going to meet, right? The faster we go up, the quicker it's going to meet. So, is that our target? 437, 438. I'm going to look for a pullback tomorrow, next week, whenever, and probably hop on the long side because of you know, because I didn't do it today. I didn't go long today. I seen us start to break out at lunchtime, and I kind of just didn't do it. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to make a trade or if I'm going to do something, you know, I need to have a pretty high conviction trade there that says, hey, you know, you should probably think about taking this. Right? Just like Palantir this morning. I laid off of it a bit, right? I laid off of it because it was feeling a bit funny. And I stopped watching it, but look, as soon as you got that breakout, boom, it just reversed it. There was this little area there was a little iffy. But it still paid, right? It still paid. This was my entry I was waiting for. I was looking to enter right down here. It was just shy of it. So yeah, so what we got here? We got so CPG. All right, let's start with CPG. I've never heard of them. Maybe I have. Just have to see. Hold on. CPG. That's not ConocoPhillips, is it? Let's see. Crescent Point Energy. Nice. Wow, very nice. All doing good. All doing good. And I wanted to see. Let me see. Oh wow, look at that. Wow. How'd you find this one, Mike? Have you always known about this thing? Crescent Point Energy. I'd have to look. I have to remember it. I mean, I understand it was all the way down to 30 cents and stuff, but the thing is this is a really nice rally. This is a bull pattern. Like, if there ever was one, right? You put in a rally, put in your base, and what's it try to do here? Strikes are still coming. You know, you get to pull out and just, you know, the pull back and see if it can start to rally. It's a nice, pays a dividend, and in Canada. Okay, nice. What else do we have? Let's see here. So CG, May, CTRA. I've heard of CTRA. Let me see. But that would be nice to get that second-legged rally, which this could be the reason, right? You rallied, and you've sat there for a year and a half, and here's the second leg to the upside. You guys see what I'm talking about? All right? Look at this chop. But that's providing liquidity. It's not selling off, right? It's not going higher, but it's not selling off. So you're getting, over that amount of time, you eventually have some liquidity there. And it pulls itself back to shake out any weak hands. Bang, starts the second leg higher. And this is the pullback. This is what I would call weakness in the midst of strength. So let's see if we can get this thing to go, man. That would be really cool. Let me go back to the other tickers. I want to see this on a weekly chart real quick. I mean, even $8. I mean, you could be looking at some really big gains here. See, if you can break out of this level, there's your triple top resistance level right there. You break out, I would watch, because this thing could fly higher. Be like right there. And there's a 100% trade right there. And this is the median. That's your median mark. Alright, CGC. Or CTRA. CTRA. Look at that. Pulls right back to the 100-day moving average. I'm glad you showed me that one, Mike. Coterra. That's right, Coterra. Oh, Coterra. Mike got the good ones. A lot of people don't know about these names. Mike don't know about... a lot of people don't know about these names. I only know these names from someone else, personally. There are... I've come to learn that there's a lot of... even healthcare, but there's still like a lot of companies that are pretty big that people don't know about. Like the majority of people just don't know about them. I mean, like HP, Helmerich and Payne, that's one of them. I know Transocean, RIG, R-I-G is the ticker. It's been getting a lot of, you know, talk. But there's a lot out there that, you know, if you don't really hear it from someone and it's not locally around you, you probably... There's a lot of companies that you just don't know about. So, alright, so we have a weekly chart. Just hanging around that weekly 100-day moving average. Let's see here. Let's really look at this. So, if you guys don't know, I really like, as far as looking to buy things... So, if you guys have heard of William O'Neill, it's the Bible right there. If you ever want to get your long term, now it's not for trading, right? it's got stuff in there for trading, I guess, but it's not for trading. That's your Bible, right? And it will teach you how to read a chart. You know, just different ways. I don't know. I consider it the Bible, and I need to. The reason I brought that up is because, you know, looking at some of these, we should really look at energy and see what the story is what the story is going to be, to see if we can find out whether or not this Israel stuff, and you know, if it's indeed going to be like the 70s, right? Is that a failed breakdown? No reversal. I need to see the volume. Let me see here. This thing I just don't like the selling that's going on here, Mike. I just don't. I don't like the amount of selling that's in here at this price, right? Not to say that it... You know, unless this thing starts to go, because you do have some smaller volume, but like, look at that, right? This is what bothers me for a breakout right here. It may be hard to see on your screen, but look at that. Right there, right? That whole column. All right, but we have low volume right now. Now would be a nice time to for them to hit it this week. This is a weekly chart to the buy side, right? We need a couple weeks of upside here to really get this thing going, to get all of them going, not just, you know, the ones you've pointed out, but a lot of the just any of the energy names. I should just go ahead and put it to one chart instead of having two up here. Or I'll leave the SPY there. Wow. See, like, look at that. Like, these are names that are breaking out to new highs. Let's look at, like, Devon Energy. I don't know if it is too. No, see, like, Devon's not. Right? See, Devon Energy's not. As much as we may like Devon Energy, that is a sick rally, though. You can't doubt that. Look at that. Are you kidding me? $8 to double top up at 77. Holy shit. I didn't realize Devon ran that much. To above 50,000 shares. REI. No, no. So hold on. Like, Mike, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm not saying that they're not bad stocks. So I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Let me see something. Yeah, I didn't mean it that way. I was just trying to look at different, because the thing is you have your leaders and your laggards. Like, just because CVX is like leading, like, it's easy for someone to say that, what I just said, and not understand the difference between a lot of the companies, right? Is it a refining company? Is it a drilling company? Do they just rent out the drilling tools? Is it the company doing the drilling? Is it the company that is doing the drilling, the shipping, the refining, right? refining it into either diesel, whatever type of oil you're trying to get, or gas. So there's all kinds of different names that do different things, and it could be whether one's a refining company or one just lends out the tools, right? They own all the oil rigs and they just run them out to other companies. PEN making money, yeah. Like all these, like, I tell you what, man, I would like to know what would have happened with oil if Biden never got elected, right? Because I actually went really heavy in my long-term portfolio. You know, just where I buy certain names and stuff like that. I went real heavy in energy. Really, really, really heavy. And I made good money, right? The first couple months. I was green, right? But I did sit on that. There was a point in time when I was red. And then it was just like dead money. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, okay, do I buy more? It's back down to where I bought it. You know, I never did. I just bought what I bought because at the time I was trying to start positions in other places. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have the money to just put on the position size that I would like to put on. So I gotta, you know, I gotta build that position size. You know, as time goes, if I really like a company and want to like put some size in on a company and trying to get the best, you know, just playing the chart, you know, buying the chart itself, you know, getting the lows and digging my teeth on the real down days on them. But I didn't buy again, and I sat on dead money on the energy for 8 months, 6, 7, 8 months. Anybody that bought energy in 2022 or 2020 during COVID knows how that whole process went, right? We were up money, and then we were flat. We were like dead money, if not red. And then you got into that October, and then November, you started seeing gains again. And then boom, the election happened, and it just, you know, it ripped. So what I was saying is, I wonder how they would have done with Trump in office. If they would have still did okay, or if they would have, like, I feel like they wouldn't have done as good, is what I'm trying to say. All right. Let me see something real quick, guys. Give me 1 second, Mike. And we also do have telling Lebanon USA. I was going to say, sorry, I was just trying to read the news here. Sorry. All right. All right. Resistance up here, team. Let's see here. I got something playing.
And so if you want to have no emotion and just follow the strategy, you're long the S&P weighted index, you're long the NASDAQ weighted index, you raise the stop probably to the low of today.
All right, there we go.
More defensive. I mean, it won't help you with an overnight gap down, but it'll certainly get you out if things reverse. So you would raise the stop to a low of today, and then you let the trade play out. A small part of me wishes I'd allow myself to do that.
Come on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I am listening to somebody real quick. Somebody that I respect and could only hope to be as good at. So here we go, right? Resistance support. Let's see if this is the area we can pull back to in this area. I think okay, yes, this is the equally weighted. Okay. Wow. They've actually taken a dump. More so than the rest of the markets have. Right? So here's a SPY. Let me throw up a 15-minute. So I have two 15 minutes here. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, roughly 10 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The equally weighted has just been getting demolished. Still. I didn't know that he was going live today. That's pretty crazy, actually. He's actually live right now. We could watch him if you guys want. And I know he's actually looking at that, which is... I'll have to show you guys. Hold on. Give me... Right now, Mike, I'm not sure what I'm gonna buy. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I actually took the weekend thinking about that. Because sorry, hold on. So, yeah, I've actually been thinking about what it is that because it's not that not like it's a big deal or anything, right? It happens. Sometimes you get, you fall off the tracks and you got to get back on them, right? You fall off the horse, you got to get back on it. Growing up skateboarding, how many times did I sprain my ankle? How many times did I fall? Did I get hurt? Whatever. Football, right? Same thing. You're gonna play ball, you're gonna get hit. So, I just felt like I was having a bad week last week, trading things that there was no trade to be had there, and possibly just trading to trade, and then thinking about my trades being redder than I wanted to be. And I started to just think and get emotional, and I'm like, hold on, I gotta step back, because once you're doing that, right, thinking about yourself getting upset and all that, like recognizing yourself is, whether you took a bigger loss than you wanted to, or you're just not performing the way you would like to perform, step back, look at the markets, take a breather. Maybe the markets have changed, cycles have changed. Is there something you're not doing that you were doing? I made a video about it Friday. Man, look at that. Look at this base here, right? Look at that base. We come up, put in a base, break out. What do? Pull it back, bang, buy triggers, boom. So I could only be hoped to get lucky enough to get another buy opportunity in here. So I kind of just, you know, I didn't put out a weekend video. I kind of just, you know, I needed to figure myself out. You know, there was other stuff going on in life that I had to attend to, which kind of helped get my mind off of the markets. So that's what I'm doing now. I want to figure out what is the next thing that I want to do. Like, what's going to be the next thing? Right? Gold. Like, I've been on the gold trade thanks to another person early on. You know, it was like coming out of COVID, like, what was the trade going to be? Right? You know, there's always something. People are like the going out trade, right? If you didn't know this, has anybody looked at like Carnival Cruise? CCL, I think it is. Well, do you want to know what the stock is up year to date, just this year? On the stock alone? Okay? On the stock alone? On the stock alone? Sorry, just mocking myself. Look at that. From high to low. That's 150% on the stock alone? On the stock alone? Look at that break and retest, as a matter of fact. Look at it pulling back to this area here. You didn't hear anybody talking about cruise lines. This Carnival Cruise is up 150% this year. This year. You know, so it's like, man, I need to find the next one. For the dip in the war, the oil going to stay up. Now we had a chance to buy oil last week. Yeah, yeah, Halliburton. Yep, I know Halliburton. Yeah, you're right, Mike. You're right, buddy. So I kind of just, I've been kind of like thinking about like, you know, maybe it doesn't end. Maybe it is energy for the next 4 to 5 years, right? And you just continue to collect your dividend. You know, you try and attempt, you know, you just average down on your positions, I guess, right? You don't ever know what the bottom is, but I feel like, you know, maybe you're, because you have like your leaders and your laggards, right? You'd have your Exxons, your CVXs, your Oxys, your Rigs, Diamondbacks lead, and they've led, and then your pipelines, right? The smaller names start coming in. Vale is one of them. Yep, Halliburton, that's a good one. VALE is another one. Look at that. It's not having that great of a day today. Man, I had no idea he was going live. This chart actually scares me because it's that weak. Right? It's really weak. That's not good. It's actually red on the day. Right? Everything else that we've mentioned is green on the day. This thing is red. Oh, wow. No shit. It does, doesn't it? You're right. Paint has oil in it. That's funny. You're right. It does. Valero. That's red. Or barely green. What did Oxy do today? And Oxy was flatlining. I was saying last week for people need to wake Warren Buffett up. They need to wake him up because that thing is flatlining. And here we are. So I guess we could start looking at cybersecurity stocks, maybe. And just continuing to own energy, right? Treasuries, energy stocks. You know, some of your lower names, like some of the names you were giving out. You know, Dish. Give me 1 second. Guys, I gotta use the restroom real quick. Just give me 1 second. And the only reason, real quick, guys, the only reason I have this up is just because if anything happens, right? If something crazy happens... Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I'm just texting my family member. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna do you guys a favor for the 3 people that are on here.
And the market levitates. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. It's well documented in the past that the plunge protection team, or whatever you want to call them, will buy equity futures to support the market at prime moments when you think the market's going to implode. And it doesn't stop the market from imploding. It just
So, this is the person that I have found to me, right, who is the best that I have seen personally to do it, quote unquote, do it. His name's Brett. All right. He just, I don't know if it's live or not right now. He's really good at what he does. Very good at what he does. Marcus not doing too much right now, but if you guys want to go,
Hey, ID Doc is joining us today. He made some good money. You want to donate that sum to a charity? But I love that idea, man. You figure out what works for you, whatever charity works for you. I love that. I'm glad you're out there making capital and joining us on the desk again today, Mo, because it was a good day. It was lots of fun to work with you. And you know. Stay tuned. I'm sure we'll do this again on other days. Glad to hear you were able to bank out.
Yeah, guys. So if you guys want, go check him out. He's the best to do it. He's just live right now. He doesn't usually go live or anything. You guys might want to go watch his videos and some of the stuff that he puts out. You could learn a lot from him. He's got 30 years. He's been doing this since, you know, since I was since I was born, right? My whole life. But he's just also, it's just really good. You know, he's got that institutional, I don't know, he's just good at what he does, right? Between algorithms and all that stuff, just knowing buy triggers, sell triggers, is pretty good, right? He's really good at being able to read and understand some of these earning calls that come out. You know, and whatnot. That's all. That's all. Sorry, Mike. I didn't see the chat. Sorry, it was kind of hidden. Yeah. It's so sad, man. And I don't... Did you hear, Mike, that... Did you guys happen to see this? Didn't just a couple days ago, or last week, didn't they report that somebody came into, like, one of the museums and, like, knocked over, like, the old, ancestor stuff? Might have been on CNBC or something. Let me see if I can find it, because it was pretty eerie that now this is happening this week. But last week, it's like they gave him a warning. Seriously. Let's see if I can find it. I might have to go to Google. I guess... I don't know how... is this it? No. That's 8 years ago. 8 years ago. 6 years ago. Maybe I'm finding the... I don't know how the words to do it. Right here. 2 days ago, American tourists arrested for smashing ancient Roman statues. Oh, at museum in Israel. That's weird, isn't it? Lawyer claims U.S. tourist accused of smashing 2 statues was suffering from Jerusalem syndrome. I don't know what. That's what I thought was the most ridiculous thing about this. Breaks 2,000-year-old sculptures. Like, that's so crazy. What the hell? ISIS destroys anti-art. What the f is wrong with these people? They just got no respect, do they? It's all about them, I guess, right? All about them, all about us. It's all about me. Anyway, I thought that was weird, right? I didn't know it was an American. I didn't know it was an American that did that.